A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week our little star was in New York for his television show, but today he's back home again. So let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. As we look in the window, we see Rochester in the midst of spring cleaning.
Oh, hello, Bobby.
Get to work.
I'm working. I was working with my dust rag to the Tennessee wall. When an ashtray I happened to see. How I'd love to rest beside it and just sit there and LS and MFNC. I was working.
Good morning, Rochester.
Oh, hello, boss. To the Tennessee. Wow. Good morning, boys. I let you sleep a little later. I thought you might be tired from your trip.
Well, I was a little.
I didn't get a chance to ask you, how did your television show go in New York?
Oh, fine, Rochester. It's going to be shown here tonight at 7:30 on Channel 2.
CBS.
That's right, Polly. Rochester, give her a cracker. Tell me, Polly, did you miss Daddy while he was gone?
My heart cried for you.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
You know, boss, I think Polly really did miss you. She didn't even lay an egg the whole time you were gone.
Is that right, Polly? You didn't lay an egg all the time Daddy was away, and I was gone 10 days.
One down and 9 to go.
Thanks, Polly. Polly, there's no hurry. Don't strain yourself. See, Rochester, it's really good to be home again.
Boss, how come you were gone so long on this trip?
Well, on the way back from New York, I stopped off at my hometown, Waukegan, for a visit. Gosh, what memories. I saw all my old schoolmates, Cliff Gordon, Julius Sinekin, Jerome Morrison.
Oh, yes, I've heard you mention them.
You know, Rochester, it's amazing how time flies. Most of the people who were my age in school now have children who are my age. You know, I can't understand it.
You must have gotten a kick out of that, boss, going back to your hometown and meeting all your old friends.
Oh, it was a thrill. I even met the kid I had my first fist fight with. I met her husband, too. They make such a nice couple, you know.
By the way, Mr. Benny, did you see Fred Allen while you were in New York?
Fred Allen? Yes, Rochester, and I want to tell you. You know, I met him with a crowd of people at a big cocktail party, and Fred really must be having an awfully tough time.
Well, how do you know?
He picked my pocket. Imagine.
What'd he get?
3 hors d'oeuvres. Personally, I think...
Wow, the daily double.
Holly, take it easy. You've got all day. Well, Rochester, you finish your spring cleaning, and I'll get it. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Come on in.
Gee, Mr. Benny, I saw your television show last Sunday, and it was wonderful. You were absolutely sensational. I never saw anything like it. Boy, did I laugh.
Well, thanks very... Wait a minute, Dennis. The television show I did last week could only be seen in the East. My show wasn't even on out here.
Me and my big mouth.
What?
I didn't want you to know I missed it.
Well, anyway, Dennis, it was nice of you to be so considerate. But you know something? You'll be able to see my television show tonight.
Who wants to see it?
What?
You couldn't be as good as I said you were.
Dennis, you drive me crazy. Anyway, you're going to stay home and watch my show.
Now, Robert Montgomery's on it and Basil Rathbone, and there's a girl, too. You know who she is? Dennis, I didn't tell you who the girl is. Why did you whistle?
When you're as young as I am, you don't wait for names.
Well, you're going to wait for this one because this girl happens to be Claudette Colbert.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, I'll watch your show, Mr. Benny, but I really ought to go and visit my uncle.
Your uncle? What's the matter? Is he sick?
No.
Well, I'm glad of that.
He's in jail.
In jail? Dennis, what's your uncle in jail for?
Perjury. He's an awful liar.
Perjury? What jail is he in?
Tehachapi.
Well, maybe tomorrow. Wait a minute. Dennis, Tehachapi is a woman's jail. How come your uncle is there?
I told you he's an awful liar.
Yes, I should say so. You got it.
When the sun in the morning peeps over the hill and kisses the roses round my windowsill, then my heart fills with gladness when I hear the trill of the birds in the treetops on Mockingbird Hill. Tra-la-la, twiddle-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, twiddle-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. When it's late in the evening, I climb up the hill and survey all my kingdom while everything's still. Only me and the sky and an old whippoorwill singing songs in the twilight on Mockingbird Hill. Tra-la-la, twiddle-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, twiddle-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. La-la-la, twiddle-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill.
That was wonderful, Dennis. I enjoyed it very much.
Why don't you buy one of my records sometime? Victor, 85 cents.
Dennis.
If you can plug your television show, I can plug my records.
Never mind. I've got a right to plug. I get it. Hello?
Mr. Jack Benny, please.
This is Jack Benny.
I have a long-distance call for you from Palm Springs.
From Palm Springs? Put 'em on.
It's collect. Mr. Benny.
Operator, what happened?
I don't know. I must have said a dirty word.
Well, operator, you call Mr. Benny back and tell him it's Mary Livingston. Tell him that I'm in a phone booth and have no change.
Yes, ma'am. Say, are you the Mary Livingston who works for Mr. Benny?
Uh-huh.
How can you afford to be in Palm Springs?
I get a small pension from the May Company. Now, please get me Mr. Benny again.
Yes, ma'am, I'll try.
Hello?
Now, Mr. Benny, be calm.
Operator, I'm not...
Jack!
Huh? Oh, Mary, it's you. Gee, it's good to hear your voice again. If I'd have known it was you, I would have accepted the charges immediately. How do you feel?
Fine.
Goodbye. I'm sorry, Mary. I got all excited, but I'm certainly glad that you're well again and all over your flu. Are you having any fun in Palm Springs?
Not much. Last night I went to a party and it was awfully dull.
Oh, who was there?
Van Johnson, Alan Ladd, Gregory Peck, and Clark Gable.
And you found the party dull? Who else was there?
Mrs. Van Johnson, Mrs. Alan Ladd, Mrs. Gregory Peck, and Mrs. Clark Gable.
Them wives wouldn't have stopped me, kiddo.
Operator, you keep out of this. Brenda, gee, Mary, it's gonna be great, though, having you back on the program. We sure missed you.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I thought my sister Babe did a wonderful job when she took my place.
Oh, she was great, Mary, great, especially when you consider the fact that she had no radio experience.
What do you mean, no experience? Babe's been on the radio before. She was on that program called 20 Questions.
Oh.
And she made a fortune.
How?
They couldn't guess whether she was animal, vegetable, or mineral.
Now, Mary, you can stop kidding. I think Babe is a wonderful girl. And I enjoyed having her on the train with me when I went to New York.
Well, Jack, I'm glad she went with you. You know, she'd never been on a train before.
Oh, well, how'd she come to California?
She drove out with Mom and Papa.
Oh, by car, huh? What are you laughing at?
Poor Babe. When they were stopped for plant inspection, the man thought she was a Joshua tree.
Joshua? Oh, then she's vegetable. I must tell her.
Do you mind if I stop listening? I'm getting sick.
Operator, I told you.
I better hang up now, Jack.
Okay, man, wait a minute. When will you be coming back to town?
Wednesday.
Good. How about us having dinner together that night?
Oh, Jack, it'll be my first day home. I won't feel like cooking.
Oh. Well, then we'll make it some other time. Maybe Friday.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It'll be good to have Mary back again. I really missed her. That's that silly operator again. Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Jack Benny, please?
Yeah, this is he.
Do you reside at 360 North Camden Drive?
Yes.
In Beverly Hills?
Yes. Yes, who is this?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is the office of the Collector of Internal Revenue.
Yikes!
Mr. Benny, did I hear a dog?
Yes, down, Fido, down. Now, what were you saying?
I said this is the office of the Collector of Internal Revenue. We'd like to discuss your 1950 income tax return. Will you be home for a while?
Home? Well, yes. Yes, I'll be home.
Good. We'll drop in to see you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gee, this is strange. I never had this happen before. I know I filled it out correctly. And...
Hey, boss, I fixed you something to eat.
Who's hungry?
Boss, what's the matter?
I don't know. I just got a call from the Collector of Internal Revenue. They want to go over my income tax return. Down, Fido. Powell. I wonder what could be wrong with my income tax return. I'm pretty sure I did everything right. They couldn't get here that fast.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you, Don. Come on in.
Come on in, fellas. Well, Jack, how was your trip to New York?
Fine. Look, fella, I told you to come in. What are you standing in the doorway for?
Well, Jack, what's the matter? You're so jittery and upset. What are you worried about something?
Worried? That's a good one. Why should I be worried? I just have a little headache. Oh, Rochester, get me an Alcatraz. An Alcatraz. Now, Don, you and the quartet, can't this wait till tomorrow?
Oh, no, Jack. Since your television show is going to be shown out here tonight, the sportsmen have prepared an appropriate number all about you.
Don, right now I've got so much on... About me?
Yes, Jack, listen. Take it, fellas.
And...
5'2", eyes of blue, on TV what they can do. Has everybody seen our Jack?
I'm taller than that fella.
5'3", yes-sirree, he looks pretty, we agree.
I'm taller than 5'3".
Seen our Jack?
I'm taller.
You could be 5'4", 5'5", 5'6", or 5'8", makes no difference anyway. 6'2", yes, it's true, with that bankroll in his shoe. Has everybody seen our Jack? 2:15, 10:30, anytime, no matter when, you'll enjoy a lucky strike. 10 to 8, 5 to 9, morning, noon, or any time. Lucky is the smoke you like. They are so round and firm and fully life tastes better than any other cigarette. In the spring, in the fall, now or any time at all. Be happy and go lucky, happy and go lucky, happy and go lucky time.
That wasn't it good?
Yes, Don, yes, it was good. It was very good. Now, Don, go, will you? Goodbye.
Jack, now stop pushing me.
Don, please go. You too, fellas. And you can stop with that, too. Now, just go. I'm so upset, I don't know what I'm hollering about. I wonder what those Internal Revenue men want. They can get awfully tough, too. They can even send you to... Say, I wonder how Dennis's uncle got into Tehachapi. I mean, if you gotta go, you may as well enjoy yourself. Maybe Oh, for heaven's sake, look at that. Right after Rochester did the spring cleaning. Look at all those ants crawling in through the window. Well, I'll fix them. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Bring me the poison.
No, boss, not that. Take it out of me.
It's for the ants. I'm not even thinking about those tax fellows who want to see me. Come in. Come in. They didn't hear me.
Mr. Benny?
I'll call him. Yes. That's me.
I'm Joseph Collins of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. I spoke to you on the phone.
Yes. Come in.
This is my assistant, Herbert Thompson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Collins.
Now, Mr. Benny, I have here a copy of your 1950 income tax return.
Well, I went over it carefully before I mailed it in. I'm sure I declared everything.
Well, Mr. Benny, according to your return, last year your total income was $375,000.
That's right. During 1950, I earned $375,000.
Then this figure denoting the money you spent last year on entertainment must be a mistake.
No, it's right.
$17?
Yes, and I can prove it. I got receipts for every penny of it.
Mr. Benny, please don't misunderstand. The government is trying to be fair. We feel that you might unconsciously be cheating yourself.
Who, me?
Well, yes, if your income was $375,000 last year, you must have spent more than $17 for entertainment.
No, that's all I can remember.
Well, we also checked your 1949 tax return, and there you claim you spent $23 for entertainment.
Oh, that's the year I went to Las Vegas.
Well, Mr. Benny, we still feel that you're not getting the full advantage of your legal deductions. Now, think a minute.
Yes?
You're in a business where personal contacts are very important.
Oh, they are. For instance, last year I was anxious to make a picture at the Universal International Studios, see? So in order to make an impression on William Getz, the executive producer, I invited him and his wife to have dinner with me at Ciro's. I remember the check came to $56.
Well, why isn't it down here?
He paid it.
Well, you undoubtedly made an impression on her.
Yes.
Mr. Benny, just to be doubly sure, would you mind giving us a breakdown on how you earned $375,000 last year?
Well, let's see. I made $200,000 in radio, $40,000 in television, and $35,000 in personal appearances.
But that only amounts to $275,000. How did you make the other $100,000? Mr. Benny, how did you make that other $100,000?
Laundry.
Mr. Benny, do you mean that you actually take in...
I knew that, Joe. I knew it. My wife brings our washing here.
I thought I recognized your shirt. Those gravy stains are murder.
Well, now, Mr. Benny, believe me, we're trying to help you. Are you sure you can't think of any other deductions on your income tax?
No, I can't. But, gosh, why does the tax department want to be so fair to little old me?
Because little old you and General Motors are our best customers.
Well, I'm sorry, but all I spent on entertainment last year was $17.
Well, Mr. Benny, do you mind if my assistant and I discuss this matter privately?
No, not at all. Come, I'll show you into the den.
This is certainly a nice house you have here, Mr. Benny.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
How many rooms do you have?
26. I got it on a GI loan. See, I was in the Navy during the First World War. Well, here's the den. I'll be out here if you want me.
Excuse us, Mr. Benny.
Joe, I've been with the Internal Revenue Department for 20 years, and I've never run into anything like this. What do you make of it?
I don't know. Here's a man in show business who's made $375,000, and yet he only spent $17 for entertainment. I feel there must be a mistake.
Undoubtedly. No man could be that cheap.
Of course not. Well, maybe we ought to go through his report again. Oh, by the way, Herb, do you have a cigarette?
Oh, no, I'm all out. But there's a box full on the table.
Oh, yes.
Who took a cigarette?
Oh, it was you. Oh, that's all right. You can both have one.
Thank you.
Both. You can both have. Thank you, Mr. Benny. Both. Now, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Collins.
Now, please remember, we're trying to help you. We just don't want you to cheat yourself.
I know.
Mr. Benny, a man who makes as much money as you do could very easily spend $25,000 or $30,000 for entertainment, and yet you've only spent $17.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's all it was, you know.
Well, tell us, Mr. Benny, did you spend this $17 in one place?
Are you crazy? It's all itemized right there.
Well, Mr. Benny, I just can't understand this at all. I wish you'd think hard, because I'm sure you must have spent more than $17 for entertainment.
Well, I'll think it over, gentlemen, and then I'll let you know.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Mr. Benny, before I go, I'd like to say something.
Yes.
Well, this whole thing is so unbelievable. By that, I mean, you have all this money at your disposal, and yet you spend practically nothing.
Well, I guess I'm just not the spending type, you see.
You know, Mr. Benny, I'll bet there are millions of people who'd like to see you elected president.
Thank you. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Hurry up and finish your spring cleaning.
But, boss, I'm tired.
I don't care. Finish the cleaning. And do it well. In a few years, you may be cleaning in the White House.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I'm going out and play golf.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment, but first...
How was your golf game, boss?
Very good, Rochester. Very good. Now get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Mr. Collins again.
Oh, yeah.
We've taken this up with the Secretary of the Treasury, John Snyder, in Washington, and he feels as we do that you're not taking advantage of your deductions.
Well...
Mr. Snyder feels that you certainly must have spent more than $17.
No. I'm sorry. That's... I wish I could say more, but that's all I've spent.
Well, sorry to bother you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I can't understand why they don't believe me. I tell them I spent $17. That's all I... Rochester, how much did you spend for entertainment last year?
$1,200.
$1,200? That's exactly what I pay you. What does that leave you with?
Beautiful memories.
Maybe I'll try that sometime. Good night, folks.
accidental fire that consumes so much property and destroys so many lives is preventable. You can help prevent it. Just be careful. Make sure every match, every cigarette is put out before you discard it. Always check the ashtrays before you leave a house and retire for the night. Do your part to prevent fires. Be sure to hear Dennis Day and the Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Ernest Mandy Show, which follows immediately. The Jack Benny program is heard by our armed forces overseas. Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. On this beautiful day, we find Jack and the gang in the backyard practicing archery.
Do I hold the bow like this, Jack?
Yes, Mary. Now pull the string all the way back. That's it. Now take aim. Let go. Hey, that was pretty good, Mary. Not bad. You know, you only missed the bullseye by 3 inches.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Liv.
Now it's my turn. Stand back a little, Mary. You too, Phil. Watch me hit the bullseye. Here I go. Who moved the target?
Nobody move 'em, target, Chief. You just think 'em.
Oh, stop. Now hand me another arrow, Mary.
Here you are.
Now stand aside, everybody. Here I go. Ow! Ow!
Hey, what happened?
The arrow fell out and it got his head caught in the bow.
Well, if you kids would stop bothering me, I can hit that target at 100 yards. I'm an expert marksman.
Some marksman. You have to put a bomb sight on your finger to dial a phone.
Bomb sight. Yeah. Now, if you'll cut out the talking, I'll show you that I can do it. Ready? Aim.
Good luck, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, be quiet. Now, everybody, be quiet.
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 Yeah. Ready? Aim.
Quiet.
Dennis, please. Now, if everybody will shut up, I'll show you. Phil, get away from in front of that target.
What, and get hit?
Now, don't be funny and stand aside. Ready? Aim.
Oh, Mr. Benny, would you let Mary hold your bow and arrow for a minute?
What for?
I want to bend over and tie my shoelace.
Now, don't worry, I'm not aiming at you. Now, stand back, everybody, and give me room. Ready? Aim.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, little Don. Nothing but interruption. I'm trying to get a bullseye.
You couldn't get a bullseye if you were Elsie the cow.
Well, that's a clever remark. I didn't know they sold jokes in bottles.
Yeah, you can get them in a pinch.
Now cut that! And since you're such a wise guy, Phil, I'll bet you a dime that I can take this bow and arrow and shoot an apple off Don Wilson's head. Now put up or shut up.
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay, Jackson, it's a bet.
Now, just a second.
Here's my dime.
Here's my dime.
Okay. Here, Mary, you hold the money.
Gee, and I'm not even bonded.
Just hold it. Now, Don, take this apple.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm not going to stand here with an apple on my head and take the chance.
Don, Phil and I are betting. What have you got to lose? Huh?
It's too dangerous. I'm not going to do it.
Don, have you read your contract? On page 12, volume 6, paragraph 3, is the apple shooting clause. Which also includes tasting my food when I go to NBC banquets. Now, Don, put that apple on your head and go stand by that tree.
Oh, all right.
Now, watch this, Phil. Ready? Aim. Don, would you mind turning that apple around a little?
Why?
There's a worm peeking out at me. It makes me nervous. I think he's peeking on a worm. You can't tell one end from the other.
They had the same trouble with me when I was born.
They did not.
Then why did the doctor slap my face?
I don't know, but I'm sure he had a good reason. Now, quiet, everybody. And, Don, stand perfectly still so the apple won't fall off your head.
Jack, I'm not going to stand here.
Put that apple back on.
Oh, all right.
And put it in the middle of your head. Don't try to look sporty. Okay, now, watch this, kids. Ready? Aim. What happened?
The arrow went right through a window in your house.
Oh, my goodness. Rochester, where are you?
I'm in here, boss, in the den.
Well, thank heaven. Well, I'm calling you. Why don't you come out?
I can't. I'm pinned to the wall.
Pinned to the wall? Rochester.
Oh, that's all right, boss. It only went through my sleeve.
Oh, then let me... Wait a minute. Why have you got the phone in your hand?
When I saw the arrow coming, I dialed for his lawn.
Oh, stop. Now, hold still, Rochester, while I pull the arrow out of the wall. There.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Now, what do you want?
Do you mind if I tell you something?
No, what?
If they made me a king, I'd still be a slave to you.
Well, that certainly came out of left field. What made you say that?
Well, that's the first line of the song I'm going to sing on the program. Do you want to hear it before I go home?
Yes, if you promise to go home right afterwards.
Okay. If they made me a king, I'd still be a slave to you. If I had everything, I'd still be a slave to you. If I ruled the night, stars and moon so bright, till I turn for light to you. If the world to me bowed, yet humbly I'd plead to you. If my friends were a crowd, I'd turn in my knee to you. If I ruled the earth, what would life be worth? If I hadn't the right to you. If my friends were a crowd, I'd turn in my knee to you. If I ruled the earth, what would life be worth? If I hadn't the right
That was very good, Dennis, very good. But when you do it on the show, I want you to be... Well, he kept his promise. He went home. Sometimes if that's Dennis again, I'm going to fire him. If they made me a king, I'd still be... I better keep him. I'm a baritone. Oh, it's you, Mr.
Collins, Joseph Collins from the Office of the Collector of Internal Revenue. And you remember my assistant, Herbert Thompson?
Yes. How do you do?
How do you do?
Come right in, gentlemen. Sit down.
Thank you.
I didn't expect to see you fellas again. I thought we settled my income tax problem last week.
Well, so did we, Mr. Benny. But the Department of Internal Revenue still feels that you're not taking full advantage of your legal deductions. We want to be fair with you.
Fair with me?
Yes, we still feel that any man who earned as much as you did last year must have spent more than $17 on entertainment.
Well, that's all I spent, $17.
That's what we told the head of our department, but he just wouldn't believe it.
So he called the chief of the Federal Income Tax Bureau here in California and explained it to him.
Oh. And what did the chief do?
He called Washington, D.C.
And what did Washington do?
They're throwing the whole thing into the UN.
Gee, I never thought that I'd become an international issue here.
Well, now, Mr. Benny, and please believe us, yours is such a unique case that we're very anxious to help you.
I know.
Well, now, you've listed an item here, taking Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman to the Macombo, and you spent $3.90.
I took Miss Livingston, too.
And you only spent $3.90? Are you sure?
Well, I can't remember spending any more.
Well, perhaps if we talk to Mr. Coleman, he might remember the incident.
Well, he might recall something about it. I don't know. He lives right next door.
Oh, good. We'll drop over to see him. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
That's unbelievable, Herb. Unbelievable.
In all the years I've been with the Internal Revenue Department, I've never come across anything like this. Have you?
Only once. I checked over a man's return, and for that year he only spent $22 on entertainment.
Was he in show business?
No, he was a prisoner at San Quentin.
Oh.
In solitary yet. Oh, say, that must be the Coleman's house over there.
Oh, yes. I wonder if they're home.
Shall I fill your cup again, Ronnie?
Yes, please, Benita.
Lemon or cream?
Cream.
1 lump or 2?
2. You know, Benita, some people drink this Haddock straight.
Ronnie, you'd better change clothes. We have to have dinner and the picture starts at...
I'll see who it is. Now, where's my... Oh, here it is.
Oh, Ronnie, why do you always take a pen along? They may not even want your autograph.
Well, maybe you're right, darling. Coming. Yes?
Are you Mr. Ronald Coleman?
Yes, I am.
Well, we're from the Office of the Collector of Internal Revenue.
Yes?
Now, calm down, Mr. Coleman. It's not in reference to you that we're here.
It's concerning the income tax return of your neighbor, Jack Benny.
Good.
I'm afraid you don't understand. You see, last year Mr. Benny earned $375,000.
$375,000?
Yes, and according to his return, he spent $17 for entertainment.
That much?
But, Mr. Coleman, only $17.
Well, why would he have to spend more? He borrows everything from us.
Well, we'd like to come in and talk to you.
Of course. Come right in.
Who is it, Ronnie?
It's 2 men from the Income Tax Department. No, darling, no. It's not about us. Right this way, gentlemen. This is Mrs. Coleman.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
I'm Joseph Collins, and this is my assistant, Herbert Thompson.
How do you do?
Now, when are you sending Mr. Benny to jail?
No, Mr. Coleman. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Benny's tax return. In fact, it's just the other way around. We don't think he's being fair to himself.
What?
We're sure we can get him a refund, but Mr. Benny doesn't seem to be interested in getting any money back.
I see. Benita, I'll humor them. You look in the paper and see where they've escaped from.
Now, Mr. Coleman, we hate to bother you, but Mr. Benny has an item we'd like to talk to you about. Now, this one right here. $3.90 for taking you and Mrs. Coleman to the Macombo. You recall that night?
Mr. Collins, that and the time the garbage truck turned over on our front lawn are two incidents that are burned in my memory.
Well, just to satisfy our curiosity, would you mind describing that evening to us?
You see, we'd like to know how anyone could take a party of 4 to the Macombo and only spend $3.90.
Well, perhaps I can enlighten you. It was early last year, and Jack had invited us to the Macombo. The evening started off normally enough. As a matter of fact, we danced a while before ordering dinner.
I enjoyed dancing with you, Ronnie.
Oh, thank you, Mary, but the pleasure is mine. Here, let me help you with a chair.
Gosh, Benita, it was wonderful dancing with you.
Thank you, Jack.
I never enjoyed waltzing so much.
Yes. It's a shame the band was playing a rumba.
Oh, I hadn't noticed. Well, there they go again. Would you care for another dance, Benita?
Well, all right.
Mary, would you like to dance again?
No, thanks. I'm a little tired. I've been on my feet all day.
On your feet?
Yes, it's Saturday. I still help out at the May Company.
All right, then we'll just sit here and talk.
Say, Ronnie, do you mind if I ask you something personal?
Personal?
Yes, I keep hearing rumors that you don't like Jack too much.
Well...
Oh, I know he has his faults, but he means well.
Well, maybe so, but why can't he mean well to somebody else? If it were Jack alone, it might not be so bad, but it's those ridiculous people that are on the show with you.
What do you mean?
Well, that Phil Harris person. It's amazing, the character he portrays on the radio. Does he carry on like that in real life?
Shall we look under the table and see?
Oh, come now, Mary. You're making that up.
Yes, but the odds are in my favor. Maybe I just didn't guess the right table. But, he isn't a bad fellow.
Gee, Benita, you really are a swell dancer.
Well, maybe it's because I'm so fond of dancing.
You must be. Whoops! Oh, I'm sorry, Benita. I didn't mean to step on your toe. Did it hurt?
No. Thank heavens you're wearing tennis shoes.
Well, I like them. They're so comfy,
Oh, Jack, wait a second. You better get your handkerchief. I accidentally smeared some lipstick on your lapel.
Oh, that's all right. I'll wipe it off when we get to the table.
No. If Ronnie sees it, he'll be terribly angry.
Oh, I didn't know Ronnie was jealous.
He's not, but it's his tuxedo.
Oh, I thought Rochester returned it. Gee, this is a catchy tune. Hey, look.
The night is young, the skies are clear. It's light or lucky, you'll like it, dear. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. LSMFT, that's for me. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely. You can tell when you puff that a lucky strike will never be rough. Yes, sirree, you'll agree that luckies are mild. They're made of fine tobacco, round and firm, fully packed. A perfect cigarette, that's a fact. It's O-L-S, it's O-M-S, it's O-L-S-M, it's O-M-S-E. It's delightful, it's lovely, it's happy, lucky.
Well, here's our table, Benita.
Did you enjoy the dance, Benita? Yes, it was, interesting.
Here, Benita, let me pull your chair out for you. Pulled it too far. Here, Benita, I'll help you up.
Darling, did you hurt yourself?
No, it's all right.
Just a little accident.
Jack, why don't you get us some menus? We want to order dinner.
Certainly. Oh, waiter. We want to order.
Shall I bring you a finger bowl?
A finger bowl?
Well, you're not going to eat with those dirty hands, are you?
Now, wait a minute. Why is it that I always have trouble with you? Every time I run into you, there's an argument. What have you got against me?
Well, in the first...
I'm asking him.
Jack, forget it. Waiter, please give us the menu.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Now, let's see. What are you going to have, Benita?
I think I'll have, shrimp cocktail, roast beef rare, and a baked potato.
Very good, madam.
I think I'll have a Caesar salad, broiled lobster, and some broccoli.
Yes, madam.
I'll have some consommé, lamb chops medium rare, and green peas.
Yes, sir. Now, how about you, Arthur Murray?
I don't know yet. I'm still looking at the menu. Let's see. Shrimp cocktail, $1. Soup, 85 cents. Caesar salad, $1.50. Roast chicken, $2.75. Filet mignon. Whoops!
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, order something, anything.
Well, all right. I'll have some oysters.
Yes, sir. Half dozen or a dozen?
A dozen.
Fried or on the half shell?
On the half shell.
Blue Point or Olympia?
Blue Point.
Male or female?
Wait, now, how can you tell if an oyster is male or female?
We look at their driver's license. I knew you'd ask.
Just go and bring us our food.
Oh, all right.
By the way, Jack, you still haven't told us the reason for this little party.
Well, this marks, Benita, this marks the 19th anniversary of my first appearance on radio. Imagine, 19 years. Ah, how time flies.
Well, it's certainly dragging its feet tonight.
Yes. What? What'd you say, Ronnie?
Jack, do you still enjoy doing radio? I mean, after all these years?
Yes, Benita, very much.
You know something, Jack? I've never told you this, but I heard the very first radio program you ever did.
Gee, Ronnie, I didn't know you were such a fan of mine. You listened to the very first program I did?
Yes. How have they been since then?
Oh, they... Ronnie, you mean to say that you haven't listened to me since then? In 19 years?
Well, Jack, you see, it's like this. We're out every Sunday.
But how can you find places to go every Sunday?
It isn't easy.
Well, I can imagine. But then if you go out, you must listen to the radio in your car.
Oh, we do, Jack, we do.
Oh, well, what's your favorite program?
The Halls of Ivy.
Oh, yeah. Very good. I have friends on it. Well, here comes our food.
Would any of you like dessert with your coffee?
Not me.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Well, I might as well get the check.
No. Wait a minute, Jack. I'd like to pay the check.
No, Ronnie, I wouldn't think of letting you. After all, it's my party.
Oh, I know, Jack, but I'd feel better if you let me pay. And I'm sure you would, too.
No, Ronnie, I insist. I invited you, so it's my party.
No, I tell you what, Jack. Let's split the check.
Well, it's okay with me, Ronnie, but you think it would be fair to Mary and Benita?
Mary, did you hear that? Why do you think I'm working Saturdays at the May Company?
I heard you, Mary, and I'm taking the check. Oh, waiter, I want to pay the check.
Yeah, I know. I heard you.
Well, why don't you hand it to me?
The photographer isn't ready yet.
Now, that'll be enough out of you. You better off paid more attention to your job. Some waiter. Look at the tablecloth and that. I've never seen such dirty linen.
Well, you do them for us, Wong Fu.
That's beside the point. I've never seen such a rude, impertinent waiter in all my life. I've got a good mind.
Don't you stamp your tennis shoes at me.
Well, I've taken about all I intended from you. I'm going to get satisfaction even if I have to take you out in the back alley and thrash you to within an inch of your life.
Jack!
Let me alone, Mary. I'm going to show this guy once and for all that he can't get away.
And, Mr. Coleman, that was the evening you spent with Mr. Benny at the Macombo? Unfortunately, yes.
But with all the food you ordered, it must have amounted to quite a bit.
Yes, it was about $40. I know, because I finally paid the check.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Well, how come Mr. Benny's deducting $3.90 on his income tax for that night?
Well, that was for cleaning my tuxedo he was wearing. He got punched in the nose and knocked down.
Who punched him? The waiter?
No, Mary. She's a lie.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Tonight, throughout the world, millions of people are ushering in the new year. Some are celebrating it with their families, some are going to nightclubs, and others are spending a quiet evening at home with a few intimate friends. The latter is the case with Phil's and Alice's sponsor, Mr. Scott. As we look in, Mr. Scott and his wife are checking their guest list.
Are you sure you took care of all the invitations for our party, Clyde?
Yes, I did, Myrtle. I mailed an invitation to the Bennetts, the Peppers, the New Roths, and the Ackmans.
How about the invitation to Phil Harris?
I dropped that down the sewer like we planned.
Oh, you didn't, really?
No, I mailed him an invitation. I sent it to Phil Harris, 176 Spruce Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
But Clyde, Phil Harris lives in Encino, California.
Know what I'm doing every minute.
Well, you shouldn't have done it. I'd like very much to have Mrs. Harris here.
So would I. She's a lovely person.
And Mr. Harris isn't such a bad sort.
No, I guess he's all right if he can stomach that sort of thing. I really don't mind Harris so much, but I just can't stand that ghoul that's always with him.
Ghoul? Oh, of course. Mr. Remley.
Now, do me a favor, Mert. The next time we're having a party, don't put Harris's name on the guest list.
Well, don't blame me. You're the one who mentioned the party to him, and I felt obligated to send an invitation.
Oh, well, I'd better go up and put my tuxedo on. The guests will be arriving in an hour.
But don't upset yourself about Mr. Harris. He won't get the invitation, so he won't be here.
Let's have a drink to that.
I don't want to stay home on New Year's Eve. It's 7 o'clock already. Let's plan to go someplace.
Now sit where you are. We're not leaving this house until we get an invitation to Mr. Scott's party.
But, Phil, you've been expecting it all week. You've been sitting around in your tuxedo since Tuesday.
Don't exaggerate. I only put it on when I got up this morning.
What makes you so sure you're going to be invited?
Oh, I saw Scotty the other day, and he told me about the party and practically invited me.
What do you mean, practically invited you?
Well, I happened to be in his office the other day, and I peeked over his shoulder and saw him making out his guest list. And I said, I don't see my name on there. And he said, it ain't because you're nearsighted. And I laughed, and he laughed, and, well, it's obvious.
What's obvious?
He didn't say I shouldn't come. Alice, I know he's inviting us. There must be an invitation in the mail.
But it's Sunday. There's no delivery today.
Well, then he'll send us a telegram.
Well, you've been calling Western Union all day, and there's no message for you.
Well, he'll find some way to get in touch with us.
Look out the window. Maybe he's sending up smoke signals.
Well, if it isn't my favorite brother-in-law, Tallulah Fayhead.
Stop kidding yourself, Philip. Mr. Scott is not going to invite you. He doesn't want you at his party.
He doesn't want me? Are you kidding, Baxter? I make any party I go to. And if you don't believe me, ask any member of the Musicians' Union. I'm known as the Pearl Mesta of Local 47.
Poor Alice. She hasn't been invited any place since she married you.
Now, what are you talking about?
When Alice was a star in pictures, she was invited everywhere. She had a date with one of her leading men every night. Men like Thomas Meehan, Wallace Reed, and Lou Coden.
Now, Not to mention J. Warren Kerrigan and Snub Pollard.
How about William Farnham and Richard Boffin?
All right already. That was before my time.
Look, Willie, Alice gets to go out plenty since she married me. Maybe we don't go out with the movie crowd, but we get a lot of invitations from my friends. Only last week we attended a formal 3-cushion billiard exhibition at the home of Side Pocket Sam.
Side Pocket Sam?
That's right. He's the Beverly Hills socialite and snooker expert. And a lovely party it was, wasn't it, Alicia?
Oh, yes. Yes, especially the dinner. I asked the man at the head of the table to pass me the meatballs.
What happened?
He chalked up, broke them, and everybody got one except me.
Alice, I'm sure that Mr. Scott would... Maybe that Scotty came over to invite us personally. I'll get it. Hiya, Scotty. We'll be glad to come to you. Oh, it's you, Remley. How are you?
Oh, my poor head. I'll never do it again. I'll never touch another drop as long as I live. Oh.
Well, you kicked off early this year, huh, Bob? You must feel terrible.
No, I feel great.
Then what are you doing?
Practicing for tomorrow morning.
Well, why do you have to say it tonight?
Because I ain't going to be in no condition to remember it tomorrow.
Oh. What are you doing tonight, Frankie?
That depends. What are you doing?
I'm going to a party at Mr. Scott's house.
That's good enough for me.
Frankie, you haven't been invited.
What's that got to do with it? I haven't been invited to some of the best parties I ever attended. I'll be glad to go with you, Curly.
I'll be glad to have you go, except for one thing. I haven't been invited yet either.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll have to go without you. I'll call you tomorrow morning and let you know how it was.
Hello, Frankie.
Oh, hello, Alice. I hear you're going to Mr. Scott's party.
No, I'm not. I haven't been invited.
I know more people that haven't been invited to this party. Mr. Scott hasn't asked anybody. I wonder if he asked Mrs. Scott. I just can't understand why he didn't ask me.
Frankie, after the way you behaved at Mr. Scott's last party, you will never be invited to his house again.
Why? What did I do?
When you were leaving, you grabbed Mrs. Scott, swept her into your arms, bent her over backwards, and kissed her on the lips.
That was an accident. I thought she was the maid. Well, if we're going to Scott's, let's go, huh?
We're not going. Phil, let's make a reservation someplace, huh?
Okay. Where do you want to go, honey?
How about Ciro's? That's where we spent our first New Year's Eve together. Do you remember?
Yeah. Yeah, that was 10 years ago. Gee, it was romantic. The moon was bright. The band was playing softly.
And you were singing our song, The Thing.
It wasn't The Thing, and besides, you were the one that was singing to me. You were singing that beautiful ballad that I taught you. The marching song of the Confederate Army. Sing it again, will you, Minnie Pearl?
Ask me how do I feel, ask me now that we're cozy and clinging. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, I'd be ringing. From the moment we kissed tonight, that's the way I just got to behave. Boy, if I were a lamp, I'd light, or if I were a banner, I'd wave. Ask me how do I feel, little me with my quiet upbringing. Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd start popping my spring, boy. Or if I were a bell, I'd go ding dong, ding dong, ding.
Ask
us, how do we feel from this chemistry lesson we're learning?
All right, boys, how do you feel?
Well, dear, all we can say is if we were a bridge, we'd be burning.
Oh, I knew my morale would crack.
You gotta be careful.
From the wonderful way that he looked. Boy, if I were a duck, I'd quack. Or if I were a goose, I'd be cooked. Ask me how do I feel. Ask me now that we're fondly caressing.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, if I were a salad, I just know I'd be splashing my dressing.
Or if I were a season, I'd surely be spring. Or if I were a bell, I'd go. If I were a bell, I'd go. If I were a bell, I'd go. Ding dong, ding dong, ding.
Ah, honey, that was beautiful. Brings back memories to me.
To me, too. That was the night of the proposal.
Yeah. I'll never forget the way your face lit up when I said yes. Look, honey, if we're going to Ciro's, you better go up and get ready.
Okay, honey, I'll be right down.
Hey, Curly, why spend a lot of money at Ciro's when we can go to a free party at Scott's house?
Look, Remley, for the last time, I keep telling you, we didn't get an invitation.
You give up too easy. Maybe the man's been trying to get you on the phone and can't. Why don't you call him?
Yeah. The least I can do is call and find out if he's been trying to get me.
Sure.
Huh? Give me that phone.
Here you are.
No, I'm not going to invite myself. I'm just going to find out if he's been trying to reach me.
Hello?
Hello, is Mr. Scott there?
Speaking. Who's this?
This is Phil Harris.
So, Sally, you have a long number. Yes, jingly longly.
Last time I called him, he was a German delicatessen. I wouldn't mind so much, but his dialects are so lousy. Now, look, Mr. Scott, I know it's you, and I'm going to keep calling you until you run out of those corny dialects.
Oh, nuts, he's got me. What do you want, Harris?
Well, I just heard you've been trying to get in touch with me all day. Is that right?
No, it isn't.
Well, let me put it this way. The operator just called me and said that you've been trying to reach me on the phone since early morning.
The operator said that?
Yes, she did.
Well, you call her back and tell her she's a big, fat liar. What's on your mind, Harris?
Well, Mr. Scott, being it's New Year's Eve, I thought that maybe you and Mrs. Scott would like to go out with Alice and me.
We can't. We're having a party.
You are? Well, there's nothing like having a party and inviting your friends over to the house, I always say. Yes, sir. That's what I always say, and I wonder how long I'm going to have to keep saying it before he thinks
Harris, I don't know what you're talking about.
Remley, he ain't taking the hint.
You ain't handling it right, Curly. Let me talk to him.
Okay, but be subtle about it.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Scott. This is Frankie Remley.
What a disgusting way to start a conversation. What do you want, bunghead?
That's no way to talk to a man who's going to be a guest at your house tonight.
Remley, listen to me and listen closely. I'm having a nice, quiet gathering for a few intimate friends. You are not included in my plans. I want no part of you. And if you dare come within 100 yards of my place, I'll cut you down with a high-powered elephant gun.
Just for that, I got a good mind not to show up.
What did he say, Frankie? What did he say?
He's begging us to come now. Oh, yeah. All right, Mr. Scott, we'll all be over in an hour, and thanks for the invitation. Goodbye, Scotty.
Hello, Remley. Hello. Remley. I tell you, I don't want you... Oh, well, if he shows up, I can always poison his drink.
Oh, dear. Why, Clyde, you look terribly upset. What's wrong?
Brace yourself, Myrtle. I have terrible news for you. We're on the brink of disaster.
Oh, Clyde, don't tell me the stock market crashed and you're wiped out.
Oh, if it was only that simple. This is much worse. Remley is coming to our party.
Oh, no. Well, what are we going to do?
I don't know. He's on his way over now, and Myrtle, do you think we can pack and be ready to move in an hour?
Ridiculous. Why don't we just turn the lights out? If he thinks nobody's home, he'll go away.
Not Remley. He'll break in.
Well, he's never been here. Maybe he won't find the place.
No, the Harrises have our address, and they... Wait a minute. They may have our address, but they've never been to the house. If I could take the number off our house and put it on Mr. Sweeney's house...
But, darling, Mr. Sweeney's the sheriff.
I can't think of a better house for Mr. Remley to break into. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get busy changing numbers.
All right, dear. And just in case he happens to find our house, I'll make preparations for his arrival. I'll lock up the silverware, and I'll have the guests put their valuables in the wall safe.
And put my elephant gun in the vestibule.
Hey, Alice, if you're all ready, we can start going over to the Scotts.
Phil, are you sure Mr. Scott invited us?
Oh, he was very insistent, wasn't he, Frankie?
Oh, yeah. He said he'd be very hurt if we didn't show up. He threatened to shoot himself with an elephant gun.
So come on, Alice, let's hurry. Let's go.
All right, if you... Phil, what have you got under your arm?
My music. When I'm called upon to sing, I want to be prepared.
How do you know the Scotts will ask you to sing?
Oh, doll, how can you talk like that? They're sure to ask me to sing, but in case they don't, I'll suggest it. I'll ask Mr. Scott if he wants me to sing, and before he has a chance to say no, I'll be into the song like this. Young Johnny Jones, he had a cute little boat, and all the girlies he would take for a float. He had girlies by the score, sweet little peaches on the shore. But Johnny was a Weisenheimer, you know. His steady girl was Flo. And every Sunday afternoon, they'd jump in his boat and they would spoon. And then he'd row, row, row. Right up that river he would row, row, row. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss again, and then he'd row, row, row. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. With her head on his chest, he'd take a few measures rest, and then he'd row, row, row. In Johnny's boat he had a cute little seat, and all the kisses that he stole were so sweet. And he knew just how to row. He was a rowing Romeo. He had an island where the trees were so grand. He knew just how to land. Then tales of love he'd tell to Flo until it was time for them to go. And he'd row, row, row. On up that river he would row so slow. A hug he'd give her, then he'd kiss her now and then. She would tell him when. He'd fool around, and then he'd kiss her. A little further he would row, just he and Flo. Then he'd drop both his oars, take a few more encores, and then he'd row, 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 just he and Florence. Row, row, row right into heaven. Row, row. He had no Johnson motor, so Johnny and Flo would row, row, row. Hey, Alice, we ought to be pretty close to Scotty's house now. What was his number again?
1300.
Well, I'll drive slow and you watch the numbers, Remley.
Okay. Let's see, this is 751, 753, 755, 1300. There it is.
I don't get this. There's something wrong.
Well, what's wrong? I thought we did that very good.
Well, the numbers jumped from 755 to 1300. And an even number on the odd side of the street.
Well, you know Beverly Hills. They gotta be different. Come on, let's get out, huh?
Hey, Bill, I don't see any lights in the house. If they're having a party, why are the lights out?
Maybe they're necking.
If they are, I get first crack at the maid.
Wait a minute.
Bill, look, there's a police car in the driveway.
A police... Hey, Remley, did the cops know you were coming to this party?
Don't be a wise guy. You're not here for me. Must be Mr. Scott's parole officer.
Come on, let's hurry up, boy. I can't wait to get started in that party.
Now, fellas, I want you to behave yourselves because...
Pardon me, could you tell me where to find a Scott's house? I got to... Oh, hello, Mr. Harris.
Hey, it's Julius. Hey, right in here, kid. Hey, old Joe, huh? Don't tell me you were invited to this party, too.
Nah, I'm just making a delivery. I got 4 cases of drinks for the Scott's party.
Hey, around. Hey, Lefty, did you hear that? 4 cases of this stuff.
Yeah. 2 for each of us.
Hey, what kind of stuff did they order, kid? Old whipping post or tiger's breath?
Better than that.
What could be better? Now, what did they order, kids?
Cherry pop, cream soda, and celery tonic.
Oh, I could see we're in for a gay time.
I hope we're not too late for the first minuet.
Julius, why are you wearing a tuxedo?
Well, this is my last delivery. I'm going to a party from here. You know, this is the first time I ever wore a tuxedo. How do I look in this monkey suit?
Like a monkey?
Bill, I think he looks very cute. Do you have a date tonight, Julius?
Yeah. And guess who I got a date with?
I don't know, but I'll bet she's the best-looking camel in Beverly Hills.
She's not a camel. But you're close.
That's no way to talk about a girl you're dating.
Well, I didn't want to date her. It's my cousin. My mother's making me take her out.
Oh, what does she look like?
Oh, you ought to see her. Oh, is she a girl? Is she a girl? That's the first question everybody asks.
Julius, if you don't like the dame, what are you taking her out for?
She's got money. She's a debutante.
Oh, a society girl. Is her name in Who's Who?
No, but they got a picture in What's This? Well, I better get this stuff into Mr. Scott's.
Yeah, we better get in that party, too, before it's all over. Come on.
Now, Frankie, watch your manners tonight. Don't do what you did at the last party we took you to.
What did I do wrong? All I did was drink champagne out of a lady's slipper.
I know, but you're not supposed to go around measuring which one has the biggest foot.
Hey, nobody answered yet. Ring the bell again.
Phil, this is very strange. There are no lights on. Nobody answers the door. Are you sure we have the right house?
Certainly. This is number 1300. Maybe they're in another room and can't hear us. I'll try that door. Uh-oh, it's locked.
Step aside. I'll get us in.
Frankie, if the door's locked, how are you going to get us in?
Fortunately, I brought my axe. Stand back, everybody.
Frankie, you can't batter the door down.
Oh, don't be so formal.
Phil, I think maybe we ought to go home.
Honey, we can't do that. If we don't show up, the Scotts will be insulted. Now, what was that?
I don't know. I just happened to lean against the window with my axe and the pane splintered.
Cheap glass.
I guess so.
Well, look, as long as the window's broken... Hey, Julius, as long as that window's broken, why don't you crawl in that front door for us, huh?
Okay.
Phil, I don't think we're doing the right thing.
Please, Alice, let us handle this. They were nice enough to invite us to the party. The least we can do is to make an effort to get in.
Okay, the door's open. Come on in and watch your step.
Phil, I don't like the looks of this. The room is pitch dark.
Mr. Harris, did the Scots know that you and Mr. Emily was coming?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a booby trap.
Well, I'm going to turn the light on.
Hey, this is a nice room. And look what's on the desk.
What?
A gun, a pair of handcuffs, and the sheriff's badge.
Isn't that cute? Scotty's playing hoppy again.
Oh, there's the doorbell. Must be some more of the guests. Come in.
Why, it's Mr. and Mrs. Scott. Oh, Mrs. Harris, thank goodness we got here in time.
In time, she says. You're 2 hours late for your own party.
Yeah, where have you been, Mrs. Scott?
Mr. Harris, my husband has a confession to make. Go ahead. Tell them, Clyde.
Oh, very well. Harris, I did something tonight that my wife tells me I'm ashamed of. You see, this house we're in isn't...
All right, everybody, stay where you are and put your hands up.
Mr. Sweeney!
What are you people doing here?
Look, Mr. Sweeney, I can explain this.
Don't move or I'll put a hole through you.
Yes, sir.
Don't let him bluff you, Scotty. Jump him and take his gun away.
Tries it, I'll shoot him.
I'd like to see you. You can't talk that way to our boss.
The boss, huh? So, you're the leader of this mob.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Sweeney. I happen to be a respectable citizen of this community. Surely you've seen me around?
Yes, and I always figured a guy with a face like yours couldn't make his money honestly.
Don't you dare talk to my husband that way.
Tell Ma Barker to button her lips.
You can't scare us. Let's rush him, Remley.
Yeah, we'll take him apart.
You two take one step and I'll plug you.
You mean if these guys take one step, you'll kill them?
Yeah.
Mr. Emily, Mr. Harris.
What?
On your mark, get set, go!
Julius, stop pushing.
Get away from us. Come on, Remley, let's take him.
Don't do it, Harris. You're making a mistake.
You hit him high, Remley. I'll hit him low.
Harris, it's the sheriff. That was quite a brawl.
Certainly was. You two fellas are the
Oh,
worst.
honey, now don't be a sorehead. It was all in fun. After all, it's New Year's Eve and you... Hey, it's 12 o'clock. It's the New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never...
Hey, you!
What?
No singing in the patrol wagon.
Oh, Sheriff, don't be a wet blanket. It's New Year's Eve, and it's a happy occasion, and everybody wants to sing. Alice, Frankie, Julius, and how about you, sir?
Don't talk to me, Harris. A man of my importance in a patrol wagon. This is the first time a thing like this has ever happened to me.
Oh, no, it didn't, Clyde. Don't you remember the time they raided that burlesque show and you were...
Oh, button your lips now!
Come on, everybody. Let's all be happy and sing. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne? For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne, we'll take the cup of kindness yet for old lang Well, tonight the old year goes out and the new one comes in. Let's all hold faith for this new year that the way for peace will be found. But if not found, let America be strong and not be found wanting.
Stay tuned for Hedda Hopper, then Theater Guild on NBC.
Mail Call from the United States of America. Stand by, Americans. Stand by, servicemen of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. In answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here to act as your mistress of ceremonies is a girl who is a top favorite of GIs all over the globe, Dinah Shore.
Thank you, Harry Von Zell. Hiya, fellas. Well, I won't waste much time with chatter. Just get right down to the business of our show. Here's a threesome you all like, the King Cole Trio. And they start the joint jumping with the man on the little white keys.
Here we are together, and we're in the mood to swing. First, I'd like to tell you about the rhythm that we bring. Now on my right flank is a guy who plays a mad guitar, and when he takes a solo flight, he shoots up to a star. Now on my left flank is a boy who plays a mighty bass, and when he takes a solo jack, his rhythm rocks the place. Now hold it just a second, bud. Don't flip another vop. And let us tell the people who we think is really tops. Now in this corner sits a guy who plays the gobber keys. Just hold on, relax yourself and listen if you please. You knock me out, your praise of me is high. Now come on, let's combine this jive and let the rhythm fly. Rhythm is our specialty, we always try to please a bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Hear this rockin' rhapsody, your F-S-A-B-C. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. If you're out for mellow evening, we will be around. I want some robbing, not stopping, bust your carcass, lay it down. Dig the solitude, grooving, swinging it out with ease. A bass, a guitar, and the man on little white keys. Leaping with the breeze, a bass, a guitar, and the man on the little white key.
King Cole Trio, that was really groovy. Second out of the mailbag comes that character, Bora Minovich and his Rascals, who harmonicized Brazil. Rascals, take it away. Gosh, thank you, Borominovich. You fellas really make music. Now, fellas, here's a swell gal who has one of the world's greatest personalities. From head to foot, Dorothy Lamour. And Miss Dorothy's going to tell us about personality in song.
Mary Smith had a college education. Sally Jones had a scientific streak. Susie Brown used to lecture on ancient architecture. Josie Green spoke Latin and Greek. Just forgotten girls with forgotten brains, while his story explains when Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the madam has the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's looks. What was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet? Or Hero in Pierrette? Or Jupiter in Juno? You know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. A girl can learn to spell and take dictation well and never sit on the boss's settee unless she's got a perfect personality. A girl can get somewhere in spite of stringy hair or even just a bit bowed at the knee if she can show a faultless personality. And why are certain girls offered carriages and sable coats and marriages by men who wear their spats right? That's right. So don't you say I'm smart and have the kindest heart. Oh, what a wonderful sister I'd be. Just tell me how you like my personality. Personality.
Oh, that was great, Dorothy. Thank you. Now to mail call comes a gentleman who plays keys that a lot of people didn't even know were on the piano, Art Tatum. And with Art is a solid favorite of yours, Les Paul, with his super-educated guitar. They play Somebody Loves Me. Art Tatum and Les Paul. Oh, that was wonderful. An encore now, please. So much, Art Tatum. You know, this afternoon I was at one of the moving picture studios to see producer Mark Hellinger, who wanted to talk to me about a new part. Well, first Danny Kaye arrived in the reception room, and then, as we got to talking...
Well, if it isn't Dinah Shore and my pal Danny Kaye. How are you, kid?
Well, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
And Mabel. Hello, Mabel.
Hello, lover boy.
Why, Mabel Gumshiner, how you talk. Think of that. Well, you better announce, but you know, kids, Mark is going to make a picture called The Life of Jack Benny.
The Life of Jack Benny?
Yeah, me.
Gee, that's great.
You can all go into Mr. Hellinger's office now. He wants to see you all together.
Oh, are Dinah and Danny going to be in the picture, too?
I guess so.
Think of that. 2 great singers and a great comedian in one picture. Gee, how can it miss? Come on, kids. Well, Mark, here we are.
Oh, come in, come in. Please sit down, everybody.
You know, Mark, ever since you called me and told me about The Life of Jack Benny, I haven't been able to sleep a wink.
But I just told you about it this morning.
I know, but I usually take 4 or 5 naps during the day. I'm a regular cat.
I see. Anyhow, for some time I plan to make this picture about your life, Jack.
Yes, yes.
It's a good idea for a picture, but I just couldn't find the right person to play the lead.
You couldn't, eh?
No. But after seeing Danny in his new picture, I've decided he's just the fellow to play Jack Benny.
Well, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with me?
You're not the type.
I'm sorry about this, Jack.
Well, what do you think I am? Now, listen, Mr. Hellinger...
Jack, will you please go over in the corner and take a nap? You'll be in the picture.
I will?
Yes, Danny will be Jack Benny, and Jack, you will play the part of your father.
But, Mark, look, I should play Jack Benny. After all, I've done so many things that nobody knows about but me.
Well, you can tell them to me, and I'll put them in the script.
Are you kidding?
Jack, you'll be the father. And I think Dinah will be excellent for the part of Jack's girlhood sweetheart.
So do I.
You keep out of this.
Yes, Father.
New sensation. Don't bother me, you traitor.
So Dinah will be Jack's sweetheart. The girl he loved in Waukegan.
What's my name, Mr. Hellinger?
Millicent Fairchild.
Millicent Fairchild, what are you talking about? The name of my girlfriend in Waukegan was Gussie Bagelquist. Bagelquist, not Fairchild.
We can't use Gussie Bagelquist. The name doesn't sound romantic.
Well, she was a darn pretty girl. It so happens that I got a snapshot of her right here in my pocket. Here, take a look at that.
Say, she is pretty.
I told you.
But what's that thing she's holding in her right arm?
That's a horse's hind leg. Gussie was a blacksmith.
A blacksmith? What's that?
For your information, city boy, a blacksmith puts shoes on horses. And if you ask me if they're open-toed, I'll smack you right in the jaw.
Well, I don't see why you're mad at me, Jack. This isn't my idea.
Oh, yeah? To think, Mr. Kaye, that I loaned you the money to come out to Hollywood.
I know.
Sure, you know.
But 22%. I could have done better at a bank.
What do you think the Benny Trust Company is, a chili bowl?
Jack, please. Banking hours are over. Now, I have some rough scenes laid out here, and I want to get your opinion on them.
Okay. Rough scenes.
I figure the picture should open in the little farmhouse where you were born.
I wasn't born on a farm. I was born right in town on Genesee Street.
Well, we'll have to make it a farm. I've already hired several cows and pigs and chickens.
But, Mark...
No buts. The farm is a much better locale.
Say, Mr. Hellinger, I hate to complain about this, but I'm afraid of cows and pigs and chickens. Gosh, I've never even seen one in person.
You don't see animals in person, saphead.
Oh, that's bad, Danny. That's bad. Well, I guess the farm idea is out.
I'm not afraid of animals.
We'll start the story in town. And, little Jackie Benny is in the parlor practicing his singing lesson.
Singing lesson? I study the violin.
But Danny can't play the violin.
So what? The life of Jack Benny without a violin is like corned beef and cabbage without corned beef.
Well, there's a war going on.
What's that got to do with it? The life of Jack Benny without a violin.
That's right.
The silliest thing I ever heard of. Well, I give up.
So, Danny, in the picture, you're supposed to be a musical prodigy. You're familiar with all the great symphonies, even though you're a child.
Oh, that's fine, Mark, because, I love all the Russian composers.
Bet you never even heard of more than 3 Russian composers.
Oh, yes, I have, Jack.
All right, name 4 Russian composers.
4? I can name 56 of them. There's Malachevsky, Rubinstein, Arensky, and Tchaikovsky, Sapelnikov, Dmitriev, Cherepnin, Kryzhanovsky, Godovsky, Atabuchev, Monayusko, Akimenko, Soloviev, Prokofiev, Tiomkin, Gorochenko. There's Glinkler, Winkler, Bortniansky, Rebekov, Pelinsky. There's Metler, Balakirov, Zoratorov, and Koschinski. And Sokolov, and Kopolov, Dukelsky, and Klanovsky. And Shostakovich, Bora, Dinglier, and Novakovsky. There's Gliadov, and Karganov, Markevich, Panchenko. And Darogomitsky, Cherbachev, Skriabin, Vasilenko. Stravinsky, Rivsky, Kosakov, Mussorgsky, and Grachaninov, and Glazunov, and Tetev, Kalinikov, Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, and Grachaninov. And Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff. Stravinsky, Grachaninov, Romchinsky, Rachmaninoff. I really have to stop. The subject has been brought to Rachmaninoff.
Gee, where'd you get all those names? It's more composers than even I know. And I'm reading the authority.
Jack, please. I'm trying to explain the script to Danny.
I'm sorry. Imagine 56 composers.
Now, here's a scene I want you to try, Danny. It's where you come in and ask your father for... In this scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for...
30 composers.
In the same scene, Danny, you come in and ask your father for money to buy roller skates. You read the father's part, Jack.
Okay, why? I'll never know.
Oh, stop mumbling. Go ahead, Danny.
Dadichka. Dadichka, could I please have $4 to buy rolling skates?
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea of doing Russian?
Well, isn't Waukegan in Russia?
Waukegan is in Illinois. I was born in a log cabin like Lincoln. Jeepers.
Oh, Danny, try it again. Remember, you're a little country boy.
Okay.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Can I have $4 to buy a pair of roller skates? Oh, boy. Oh, Paul.
What do you think I was when I was a kid? A moron? Heavens to Betsy.
Try as a city boy, Danny, a city boy.
Yeah, anything but that.
All right, a city boy. Hey, Jake! Hey, Bub, can I put the bite on you for 4 frog skins to buy a pair of roller skates? Everybody in Brooklyn
Now
is
cut that out! Listen, Mark, this guy's trying to ruin my life.
Now, Jack.
All I was trying to
No
do
explanation. I'm getting out of here. You can keep your picture, Mr. Hellinger. Let Mr. K play both me and my father. So long.
Dinah, how about one of your grand songs at this point in the show?
I'd love to, Harry. With my high-starched collar and my high-top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Plop, plop, plop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to go, then I started to know how it feels. When the universe reels. Chug, chug went the motor. Pop, pop went the brake. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. When she smiled, I could feel the car shake. I tipped my hat, I took a seat. I said I hoped I hadn't stepped upon her feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the line.
That's it, fellas. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Dinah Shore, Danny Kaye, Jack Benny, Mark Hellinger, Art Tatum, Les Paul, Dorothy Lamour, Bora Minovich, the King Cole Trio, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, it's the new Edgar Bergan Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you'll help me, I'll mow you down.
It's Sunday night, and time again transcribed for Edgar Bergan and Charlie McCarthy with Mortimer Snerd, Effie Clinker, Gary Crosby, Carol Richards, Ray Noble, Jack Kirkwood, the Mellow Man, yours truly, John Heaston, and our special guest, Dr. Frederick Webb Hodge, world's leading authority on the American Indian, and Jack Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, this past weekend, Edgar Bergan attached his trailer to the back of his car, and he and Charlie were off to Palm Springs for a glorious and inexpensive vacation in the sun. As it turned out, it wasn't as inexpensive as they thought, but to see what happened, let's look in on Edgar and Charlie as they approach Palm Springs with Edgar behind the wheel.
His black denim toupee and his high button shoes.
All right, Charlie. Yeah. Say, are you enjoying this ride?
It's okay. Can't you go a little faster in this thing?
Well, we're moving right along as it is. After all, we just passed 3 cars.
Yeah, but they were parked.
Oh, I see. Say, you better check our trailer back there. How does it look?
Well, it looks a little like Elsa Maxwell doing a rumba.
Is there...
Speed it up, Bergan. Step on it, little.
Well, now, take it easy. We're entering Palm Springs now. Oh, look over there. Somebody left a golf club lying in the sand there.
Really? That's Frank Sinatra taking a sunbath there.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Well, now, we better keep our eye open for this Blue Skies Trailer Village.
Yeah.
You know, that's the one that Jack Benny is part owner of.
Yeah.
And, you know, he promised to give us a very special rate.
Jack did?
Yes. I know what you're thinking. He is a tough man to tangle with over money.
Yeah, you both throw pennies around like manhole covers. Yeah.
All right.
Now, that must be Jack Benny's trailer over there. Look at the sign in front. Free water, free electricity, and also free violin lessons. That slight extra charge.
Yeah. That's the place, all right. I'll pull in.
All right.
There we go. Ah, well, here we are, Charlie. Now, there must be a parking attendant. Oh, here's one coming towards us, yes.
Park your car for 2 bits, sir.
Jack Benny. Jack, how come that you're parking cars?
Oh, I'll do anything to make a buck.
I see.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Blue Skies Trailer Village, surrounded by swaying palm trees, and you're welcome to pick all the dates you can eat.
Oh, well, that's really swell.
For 69 cents a pound.
Oh.
Here, Edgar, have a date. I hope you don't mind if I take it out of your first pound.
No.
We'd save money by getting out of here now.
No. Now, don't knock my little business, Charlie. A man my age has to start thinking about his future.
Yeah.
Jack, what is your age? Now, there's been a lot of kidding. Now, how about settling it once and all? Just how old are you, Jack?
39.
39.
Going on 38.
Go on.
Let's face it, Buster, the only way you'll ever see 50 again is on a speedometer.
That's a nice line for a guest star.
I'm sorry, Jack, but our trailer wasn't big enough to bring any riders along, you see. Well, this is quite a trailer park you've got here. Very nice.
Well, I'm just running it as a sideline. After all, who knows, as a comedian, I may not be able to go on forever. You know.
Well, haven't you already?
They did it to me again.
Anyway, Jack, we're here, and we'd like to check in.
Gee, I don't know, Edgar. We have a certain standard to maintain, and your trailer is pretty old. Oh. Just look how thin those tires are. I mean, you can see right through the rubber.
Oh, you can. Now keep your hands off those tires, Jack. Stop feeling those tires, Jack.
I'm sorry, Edgar. I forgot about my hangnail.
Yeah. Now what will we do?
Well, I also fix tires.
Right.
I'll do anything for $1.
Yeah. Well, here's $1. Go get a manicure.
Now, where can I put that junkie? Edgar, tell you what I'll do. I'll put you way down at the end, right next to the road.
Well, why down there next to the road?
Yeah, your trailer will be all right. There, people will think it's just an accident.
Oh.
Oh, come on, Bergie. Let's take the spot here and check in. Come on.
Well, no, okay. Now, where's the desk clerk? Desk clerk?
Care to register, sir?
You mean you?
I told you, I'll do anything for $1.
Yeah. Well, we're saving on actors this way.
Jack, now you'd better tell us. Now, what are your rates?
Oh, you'll find me very cheap.
Yes, we have. Yeah, all right.
He's a regular Knotty Pine Fred Allen. I threw that in myself, you know. They had me down for another
Jack, you still have avoided telling us what your rates are. That is special rates for friends.
Well, what would you say to $9 a night?
No, oh, come now. You wouldn't charge that much to poor little old me, would you?
Certainly. That's how I got to be rich little old me.
Yeah, well, I won't pay a cent over $2, so I guess the deal is off then.
Now, wait a minute. That was my first offer.
Yeah, well, you're crushing my carnation. No, all right.
How about $8.75?
$2.25 is as high as I'll go.
This is the battle of the Titans. Two tighter Titans I've never seen either.
Oh. Now, $8.50, not a penny lower.
Ridiculous. $3.50.
$8.25.
$3.75. That's
$8.
$4.
$7.75.
Oh, Jack, what are we arguing about?
Blood. That's what you're arguing.
I'll tell you what, Edgar. I don't want to quibble over a few bucks. Let's settle for $5.
Okay, that's a deal, Jack. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the preceding scene, starring Edgar Bergan and Jack Benny, was from the picture "Money is a Many Splendid Thing."
I'll trade you that for the
Yeah. You did better with
Well, we're all set then, aren't we?
Yeah, it ought to be fun staying here at the Blue Skies Trailer Village, especially with you, one of the owners, Mr. Benny. You know, you're such a popular celebrity and such a good comedian.
Oh, you're just saying that.
No. If I was saying it, you wouldn't come out so good.
I wonder what Don Wilson would charge to sit on him.
Yeah.
Jack, how about showing us around the place a little bit?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
All right.
Now, over here is our swimming pool.
Oh,
Of course,
yeah.
you know, there's a 25-cent service charge per person if you use the swimming pool.
Well, that's fair enough. It's reasonable.
When there's water in it, it's $1.
If I know Bergan, he'll take it dry.
Oh.
Then there's our lovely bathroom over here.
Oh, so there's the... Oh, no.
What's the matter?
I peeked inside. Parking meters. Oh, no.
That time they didn't even give me Oh, gentlemen, before I forget, we have another special service here at the Blue Skies Trailer Village. For a very slight extra charge, you're furnished with entertainment.
What kind of entertainment, Jack?
Oh, it's the best. Really outstanding. I go from trailer to trailer playing requests on my violin.
He'll do anything for $1.
Let me ask, how much does it cost not to have you play your violin?
You couldn't afford it.
Maybe we just ought to buy earplugs.
Well, I'll show you how everyone here in the trailer park feels about my violin playing.
All the trailers are pulling out.
Hey, stop! Wait a minute!
Jack, what are you doing? You've stopped playing. You're putting your violin away.
I'll do anything, even that for $1.
Right.
Okay, come on back, folks. Park your car for a quarter. 2 bits, right this way.
Well, Charlie, wasn't it wonderful of Jack Benny to drop in on us?
Yeah, but that business of him being only 39.
Well, we can't question it unless we have positive information.
Well, I got it. Yeah? While he was in there, I took a peek at his driving license.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What did it say?
It said for covered wagons only.
Oh, no. That's ridiculous, Charlie.
Hello, Edgar. Hiya, Charlie.
Well, it's Gary Crosby. You know, Gary, we were just speaking about one of your father's partners in the Blue Skies Trailer Village. Tell me, Gary, how do you feel about trailer living?
It's really a great life, Edgar, but, as he said, recognizing a song cue when he hears one, but not for me. They're writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky stars above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I found more clouds of gray than any old Russian play could guarantee. Well, I was a fool to fall and get that way. Hi-ho, alas, and also lack a day. Although I can't dismiss the memory of her kiss, I know it's not for me. With love to lead the way, I've found more clouds of gray than any old Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get that way. Hi-ho, alas, and also lack a day. Although I can't dismiss the memory of her kiss, I know it's not for me. No, it's not for me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is where we take care of you do-it-yourself fans as we proudly present our genius of all trades, Professor Kirkwood and his do-it-yourself department.
At the rate you've been going with that buzzsaw, you must be down to about 2 fingers.
How many?
2 fingers.
I don't mind if I do. No chaser, please.
Professor, what is your subject for tonight?
Tonight's subject will be how to make money at home with my print-it-yourself kit.
Now, just a second, Professor. This money that you're going to show us how to print, it can't be genuine.
So what? Listen, son, we're living in the age of falsies. Teeth, hair, shoulders, and other things too humorous to mention.
I say, pardon me, old boy, but are you allowed to print money yourself?
Why, certainly. Haven't you ever heard of freedom of the press?
Now, just a second. Now, let's stop this foolishness. Kirkwood, I'm positive it's against the law to print real money.
Well, that's where we play it smart.
Oh.
We don't print real money, we just print counterfeit money.
Oh. Kirkwood, you should be ashamed. Don't you ever think of anything except money?
Well, sometimes I think about women.
Oh? What kind of women?
Women with money.
Oh, yeah.
I got it covered in gold.
All I can say to you is this money alone does not bring happiness.
No, but it sure makes your unhappiness awfully pleasant.
No, Professor, I'm sorry. I must disagree with you. There are no shortcuts to easy money. Remember, real money doesn't grow on trees.
Yours did, boy. Dummy out of him then.
I say, Kirkwood, old chap, look, is this money you print any good?
Well, let's put it this way.
Uh-huh.
It's like the Hollywood freeway. Dangerous, but passable. Which reminds me, Ray, I could use you. Do you think you could pass a $20 bill?
Oh, certainly, old boy, if it'll pull over to the right. You're not laughing.
And that's the way it's going to be.
Don't let him talk you into a thing, Ray. I wouldn't touch his counterfeit money with a 10-foot pole.
Now, how about a 9-foot Romanian? Oh, turn the fan on, Mother. I'm hot tonight.
Well, I don't want to cool you off. Where did you learn to print money?
Oh, this money-making skill runs in my family.
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Yes, my father taught my brother how to make $100 bills, and now he's got life with father.
And how about you, Kirkwood? Have you ever been in jail?
Have I ever been in jail? I've been in stir more often than the paddles of a mixmaster.
Well, you've certainly got the bowl for it now.
You're talking with that lazy Susan back there.
Yeah, well, I'm relaxed.
Let's get back to the subject, how to make your own money.
Oh, it's the police, Kirkwood. They're probably after you.
Oh, wonderful.
You're happy about it?
Of course.
No.
It's depressing if they don't come and get you once in a while. Makes you feel sort of unwanted. Go on, boy.
So long. Tune in next week, folks, when Professor Kirkwood's topic will be how to engineer your own jailbreak. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy to be able to introduce to you once again our outstanding vocal group, the Mellow Men. What are you going to sing tonight, fellows?
Gilly, gilly, awesome, fair for Katzenel and Bergan by the sea.
Yes, but what are you going to sing?
Gilly, gilly, awesome, fair for...
Never mind. Just do it.
Okay. There's a tiny house.
There's a tiny house
by a tiny stream.
By a tiny stream.
Where a lovely lass.
Where a lovely lass
had a lovely dream.
Had a lovely dream.
And the dream came true.
And the dream came true quite unexpectedly. In Gilly, gilly, awesome, pepper, Katzenel and Bergan by the sea.
She went out one day.
She went out one day.
Where the tulips grow.
Where the tulips grow.
When a handsome lad.
When a handsome lad.
Stopped to say hello.
Stopped to say hello.
And before she knew.
And before she knew, he kissed her tenderly. In Gilly, gilly, awesome, pepper, Katzenel and Bergan by the sea. A happy pair were married one Sunday afternoon. They left the church and ran away to spend their honeymoon.
In a tiny house.
In a tiny house.
By a tiny stream.
By a tiny stream.
Where the lovely lass.
Where the lovely lass
had a lovely dream.
Had a lovely dream.
And the last I heard.
And the last I heard, they still live happily. In Gilly, gilly, awesome, pepper, Katzenel and Bergan by the sea.
In Gilly, gilly, awesome,
Gilly, gilly, awesome, pepper, Katzenel and Bergan by the sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we bring you one of the more popular portions of our program, our How to Stay Young department. And here to let us in on her secret of eternal youth is that all-time girl, just back from a rejuvenation course with Ali Khan, Miss Effie Clinker.
Oh, I may be falling apart, but I'm young at heart.
And you look lovely tonight, Miss Clinker.
Oh, yes, I believe in growing old gracefully.
Yes.
Or better still, disgracefully.
Well, I think it's wonderful how you kept your youth.
Yeah. How did you know about George?
No, I didn't.
What you mean?
Yeah. Now tell me, Miss Clinker, nowadays they give shots for almost everything. Are there any shots that you can recommend that make you feel younger?
Oh, yes, indeed there are.
Yes.
After a few shots of scotch, you'd be surprised how young I feel.
Now don't tell me that you indulge, you drink.
Well, the doctor said for my health's sake I should take a wee drop before going to bed, you know?
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Of course, sometimes I find myself going to bed 4 and 5 times a night, though. Yes, indeed, I really sleep tight.
Yes. All right. Well, that will do. Right now, it's time to answer some of your mail.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, hurry it up. It's getting close to one of my bedtimes.
Yes, I know. The first letter is from Minneapolis.
Oh, it's nice up there.
Yes. Here it is. Dear Miss Clinker, I am 80 years old. Would it keep me young if I married a 20-year-old girl?
Sonny, it would probably kill you. It's like buying a steak when you haven't got any teeth.
All right, next letter. Here's one from a listener in Cleveland. My dear Miss Clinker, I am 35, and I'm going with a used car salesman. Should I marry him?
Why, if you love him, what if he is used?
No. My dear Miss Clinker. What is the most important rule in staying young? Besides lying, that is.
Well, I would say that good health is most important.
Good health?
Yes. People are too run down these days.
Run down?
Yes.
I say, Effie, old girl, would you say that I looked run down?
You look run over.
Please, Effie, you've still got one more letter to answer. Dear Miss Clinker, do you ever wear a sweater to attract men?
Me wear a sweater with my figure? Oh, silly boy. Well, that would be like trying to flag down the super chief with an empty can of Sterno.
Well, thank you, Miss Clinker. Our time is up. But before we go, do you have any last message?
Sounds like your last one.
No, I'm... I don't know what's the matter with me.
You've been taking care of yourself.
Yes. Do you have any last message to our audience?
Yes. All of you men out there, take good care of yourselves. Heaven keep you. I wish I could afford it.
Edgar Bergan Hour, transcribed with Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snerd, Gary Crosby, Carol Richards, Jack Kirkwood, the Mellow Men, and Ray Noble will be back after station identification. From Hollywood, it's the new Edgar Bergan Hour with Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snerd, Gary Crosby, Carol Richards, Jack Kirkwood, the Mellow Man, Ray Noble, and yours truly, John Heaston.
Smile again. Oh, like I snowed before.
Do-do-de-do. All right, that's enough now. Why such a sad song, Mortimer?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Bergan, I sort of got the dismals today.
The dismals?
Yeah. I'm sort of down in the Humpty Dumps.
I see. Why?
Well, I'm kind of worried.
Oh, I see. Worried about what? I see. Worried about what?
Yeah. Oh, about what? Yeah. Well, I'm worried about things back on the farm, mostly. We got 16 new mouths to feed now.
Oh. A lot of baby pigs or chickens?
No, it's my Uncle Sorghum and Aunt Drusilla and their kids.
And their kids?
Yeah.
So Uncle Sorghum and his family.
Yeah, I didn't even know I had an Uncle Sorghum, and they all moved in and they're living there now.
Well, that's... How many children do you say?
16.
Are you sure there are 16?
Well, let me see. There's Vestibula, Twitchy, Narrowhead, Fungus and Grunion, Quagmire, Putrid and Slurp, and then there's the triplets.
Triplets?
Yeah. Them that has gets, yeah.
What are the triplets' names?
Oh, they're Mert, Bert, and Squirt.
I see.
And then there's there's the oldest sister, you know, Groucho.
The sister's name is Groucho.
Yeah, they call her that because she has a mustache and smokes cigars. Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, that must make things pretty crowded around your house.
Oh, they're sleeping all over the darn place. In the kitchen, too.
Is that so? Yeah. They don't mind that.
No, all except Cousin Twitchy. He ain't used to sleeping in a strange sink.
Oh, Well, they made themselves at home, didn't they?
Oh, they did that. They're even wearing my clothes.
Is that so?
Yeah, Herkimer, or Jerkimer, I call it. He got up this morning and got right into my best suit.
Oh, well, that is annoying.
Yeah, it certainly is. What's more, he didn't even give me time to get out of it first.
Mortimer, these people, they don't sound like very attractive relatives.
No.
They sure made a mess of the house, too, I imagine. I didn't realize how dirty the house was until a dog came in and tried to bury a bone in the living room. Tried to bury a bone in the living room. Yeah. We got wall-to-wall dirt now.
How could they drag so much dirt into the house?
No, I don't know. Well, you know, those little kids, when they go to sleep, you know what they play? They play that game, This Little Piggy Went to Market.
Well, that's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, but they do it with real pigs all around.
Well, I know it must annoy you, but remember, Mortimer, blood is thicker than water.
Yeah, I imagine so, yeah, of course. Then again, what isn't? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, relatives, of course, can be a problem. Do you know what Hubbard said about relatives?
Well, I don't care to listen to anything, that kind of language, you know. Oh, no.
No, you've heard the saying.
Well,
haven't you heard it?
I don't know.
Well, well, it was Albert Hubbard.
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
Well, I haven't said it yet.
Oh.
The devil gives us our relatives. Thank God we can choose our friends. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, how does it go?
He just went.
Oh. I must have been looking the other way.
Yeah. Now, Mortimer, how on earth are you going to get rid of that mob at your house?
Well, I don't know. I don't think they're going to leave.
Why do you say that?
Well, I overheard Uncle Sorghum say, we'll stay until he gets wise.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm beginning to see the light.
You are? Yes. Would you mind turning it up a little so I can see it, too?
I don't think he's your uncle.
No?
No. And I don't think they're your relatives at all. I think they're a bunch of imposters.
Yeah?
I do.
You may be right at that.
Yes, of course. How can you be so stupid?
Well, it comes easy after you reach the first plateau, I imagine.
Hello, Edgar.
Well, it's Carol Richards.
I hope you'll excuse my coming out early, Edgar, but I've been so anxious to meet Mortimer. Oh, he's really cute. Oh, Mortimer, don't tell me you're a shrinking violet.
Well, not exactly, no. I'm more of the stinkweed type.
Oh, come on now, Mortimer. Don't be afraid of me.
No.
I won't bite you.
You won't,
Mm-mm.
No teeth, huh?
I think you better sing, Carol.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see a pair of laughing eyes, and suddenly you're sighing sighs. You're thinking nothing's wrong. You string along, boy, then snap. Those eyes, they're part of the tender trap. You're hand in hand beneath the trees, and soon there's music in the breeze. You're acting kind of smart until your heart just goes whap. Those trees that freeze, they're part of the tender trap. Some starry night when his kisses make you tingle, he'll hold your hand and you'll hate yourself for being single, and all at once it seems so nice. The trees are throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. You wonder how it all came about. It's too late now, there's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is a tender trap. Some starry night when his kisses make you tingle, he'll hold your hand and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once it seems so nice. The folks are throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. You wonder how it all came about. It's too late now, there's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is a tender trap.
Now it is time for our Meet the People department. Our guest tonight is one of the foremost ethnologists in the United States, and his name is known the world over as one of the outstanding authorities on the American Indian. He holds the position of director of the Southwest Museum in Los Angeles. Here he is, Dr. Frederick Webb Hodge.
Good evening, Dr. Hodge. Now, this is a real pleasure to have you with us tonight, and I realize it may not exactly be good form to inquire into a person's age. You know, Jack Benny seems to dislike such probing, but I confess that I'm curious about you. Is your age a secret, Doctor?
No, I'm 39.
Oh, no. Not you, too, huh? This is contagious. No, seriously, Dr. Hodge, about how old are you?
Well, Mr. Bergan, to tell the truth, I was 91 the 28th of last month.
Well. 91 years. Well, isn't that wonderful? And how did you celebrate your birthday?
Well, my friends gave me a party and we really had a grand time.
Oh, yes. Dr. Hodge, as the world's foremost authority on the American Indian, you probably devoted a great portion of your life to the study, haven't you?
Well, as a lad in Washington, D.C., I became interested in Indians, and I never have outgrown that lure. It's been most fortunate, for to love one's work is one of the secrets of longevity, I believe.
Yes. Well, now, while we're on the subject of longevity, you certainly should have some ideas on that. What is your thinking about, smoking and liquor?
Well, for years I've smoked a pack and a half a day, and I enjoy an occasional drink. But my friends have always insisted I should indulge only in moderation if I want to live to a ripe old age.
Mm-hmm. And are your friends as chipper as you?
Oh, most of them have passed on.
They probably didn't take their own advice. Well, so you've given up alcoholic beverages then, haven't you?
Not altogether. I still like a nightcap before retiring.
I hope you're not like Effie Clinker. You don't find yourself retiring 2 or 3 times a night, no?
Oh, no. One old-fashioned is quite enough for me.
And undoubtedly you subscribe to getting 10 hours of sleep per night?
I prefer 8 hours sleep, but can get along on 7. And I have thrived on 6. When I was preparing the Handbook of the American Indian, it was not unusual for me to sit up doing research, writing, reading proof until 2 or 3 o'clock every morning. This lasted for 11 years.
Well, you certainly do contradict all the rules I've ever heard laid down for longevity.
Yes. Well, maybe so. But in my opinion, there's nothing more important than leading a normal life. If I have a formula, it can probably be summed up as happy work, happy friends, happy family. I'm most fortunate being married to a charming, wonderful woman. I have good friends, and my life's work has been one I love.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that you've been interested in Indians since you were a boy. Now, how did you happen to make it your profession?
Well, I became field secretary of the Hemingway expedition in 1886. That was the first organized archaeological expedition into the Southwest.
And on the way, did you happen to pass Jack Benny in a covered wagon?
No, but the expedition was a great success. And after my return to Washington, D.C. in 1889, I joined the Bureau of American Ethnology of the Smithsonian Institution.
Well, now, what about the famous Howicoo expedition that you organized?
Well, under the auspices of the Museum of the American Indian in New York, we made expeditions to excavate the Howicoo ruin in New Mexico, which was identified as one of the so-called 7 cities of Cibola. That is, the Zuni Indians of old.
I see. Now, in conducting these excavations, just what do you look for? What is the index of the culture of the people? Is it the things they've left behind, I suppose?
Well, primarily, and in most instances, yes. However, the real test of the Indians' culture is not always discernible in the material things they leave. The Iroquois, for instance, left very little, yet they had reached perhaps the highest degree of culture than any other Indian tribes of North America, north of Mexico.
Well, in what way would you say did the Iroquois exceed that of other Indians?
Well, in a great variety of ways, one of which was the freedom enjoyed by their women.
Oh.
They had women's suffrage, and bear in mind that was many, many years before our own women were so privileged.
Now, that is really surprising. Now, did the Iroquois women ever exercise their, what shall we call it, voting rights?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
The men could not even go to war without permission of the women.
That'd be a good way to eliminate war. By the time the women get through talking it over, the crisis would be over. Or they could just send the women. Dr. Hodge, you are now director of the Southwest Museum here in our city, isn't that right?
Not exactly. I have been director of the museum for 23 years, but at the close of January, I took a sabbatical leave.
I see. To sort of rest up a little bit, huh?
Well, of course not. I took the leave in order to devote my full time to research for the Department of Justice Indian Claims Commission. In other words, as my mother used to say, it's like stopping work to haul timber.
In other words, you're busier than ever now.
Oh, yes. We are endeavoring to settle the Apache Indians' suit against the United States government for land said to have been taken from them, thus involving large parts of the Southwest and to run into many millions of dollars.
Sounds like a very important job. Well, Dr. Hodge, I want to thank you for being our guest tonight. A man like you who is 91 years young is certainly an inspiration to the rest of us.
Thank you, Mr. Bergan.
And it's getting a little late, so if you'd like, I'll drive you home after the show.
Oh, there's no hurry to get home. Let's have a nightcap.
Well, let's live it up. And thank you again, Dr. Hodge.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Crosby returns to sing All at Once You Love Her.
You start to light her cigarette, and all at once you love her. You scarcely talk, you scarcely met, but all at once you love her. You like her eyes, you tell her so. She thinks you're wise and clever. Kiss goodnight, and then you know you kiss goodnight forever. You wonder where your heart can go. Then all at once you know.
cigarette.
First cigarette.
And all at once.
And all at once you love her.
You scarcely talk.
You have scarcely talked.
You scarcely met.
Yes, you scarcely met.
And all at once.
All at once you love her. You like her eyes, you tell her so. She thinks you're wise and clever. You kiss goodnight.
You kiss goodnight.
And then you know.
And then you know.
You kiss goodnight forever. You wonder when your heart can go. And all at once you know.
And all at once.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it is time for our weekly excursion into the realm of culture. Tonight, our forum of intellectual titans bring their great wisdom and perception to bear on the ever-continuing scholastic debate, whither literature. Here they are, Edgar Bergan and his end table.
Thank you. And good evening, panel.
Hiya, kid.
Crazy, man. Good evening, Professor Kirkwood, Professor Noble, and, well, if it isn't Mortimer Snurd.
Well, if it isn't, the stork played a dirty trick on the mother. That'll be enough. That's exactly what my parents said when they saw me.
Gentlemen, our subject for tonight is whither literature. Now, to start the discussion, would you like to define the meaning of literature?
I say, you chaps, look, I should be quite good on this subject, really. You know, I was born in a library.
No, you were actually born in a library?
Oh, yes.
How is that possible?
Well, Mother kept trying to tell Dad, but the librarian kept saying, shh.
If your parents were smart, they'd have brought you back after 2 weeks.
You know, boy, after all, I did have to be renewed, you know.
Ray, there's a North American van leaving for the Grand Canyon.
Yeah?
Why don't you get on it? Or better yet, get under it.
Please, that will do. Professor Kirkwood, what would you say is your favorite book?
Well, it used to be Louis over on 3rd Street, but the cops grabbed him.
No. Oh, too bad.
Yeah, he was on his way to being Bookie of the Month. Yes, Bookie of the Month.
Yes.
That was a loser.
Professor Kirkwood, your education is sadly lacking.
Oh, you hurt me, boy. I'll have you know I went to school, and I really enjoyed that day.
You mean you only went to school one day?
You supposed to go back?
Let's continue. Now, Professor Snurd, who is your favorite author?
Well, I think, I'd say offhand, I know it as well as a little known name. It's, no, that is my name. No, he's dead, too. Let's see. When they begin.
Come on. I asked you, who is your favorite author?
Oh, Arthur Godfrey.
No. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Say, I hear he isn't around anymore. He just fired himself.
Oh, no.
enough. I'd like to get one sensible answer from this panel, if I'm not being too optimistic. Professor Noble, do you know Dickens' works?
No, but I'm glad he got the job.
No. To Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charlie Dickens, of course. Yes, how silly of me. Yes. Oh, his books have always occupied an important position in our house.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. See, we have a table with one short leg.
Yeah. This is hard to believe. Haven't you read any of Dickens' famous classics? You know you might enjoy Little Women.
Oh, I've enjoyed quite a few of them.
But we're still on the subject of literature.
I think I changed it for the better.
This is awful. Our modern writers have been compared unfavorably with the great 15th and 16th century authors, such as Shakespeare, Chaucer, and Bacon. Now, Mortimer... Well, what do you think?
I wasn't thinking.
How would you compare the modern ones with Shakespeare, Chaucer, and Bacon?
Well, I'll have some.
You'll have some... Have some what?
Some of that bacon. No.
I'm speaking of Francis Bacon.
Oh, the mule.
No, not... This is Bacon the man.
Oh, well, count me out. I ain't no cannonball.
Gentlemen, this is a discussion on literature. Certainly you have read some books.
Oh, of course.
Well, naturally, yes.
I just read that book about a bad day at Santa Anita.
Yeah? A book about a bad day at Santa Anita?
Yeah, you know, the naked and the dead.
No.
Another loser.
Yes.
I say, did any of you chaps read that new English bestseller, the typewriter murder mystery?
No.
Or Who Shifted Lady Cholmondeley's Carriage?
My favorite is one of those Mother Goose stories, you know, like Little Boy Blue can blow your nose, one of those. You're a better man than I am, Rin Tin Tin. I like it.
Now, please, gentlemen, please.
I say, chaps, the book I'm waiting for, just between ourselves, is the new Kinsey report.
Yeah?
Oh, yes. This one's on the love life of the mashed potato.
Yeah. The love life of the mashed potato?
Oh, yes, old boy. You'd be surprised at what goes on under that gravy.
No. I gotta take a look sometime.
Gentlemen, we are here, I repeat again, to discuss the basic difference between modern and classical literature. And there are many of them. Mortimer, would you like to illustrate? I say, would you like to illustrate?
No, I feel all right.
No. I maintain that we're taking this subject too lightly. Now you know that Socrates, what he said about the importance of literature.
No, I don't think I was listening.
He said it before you were born.
Well, I know I wasn't listening.
For your information, Socrates lived many years ago in old Greece.
I say, he must have been a rancid old duck.
You're not trying to keep this on a level keel at all. I just can't cope with this abysmal ignorance being shown here tonight. This monumental illiteracy, the crass superficiality, the utter incompetence.
Shut up!
Charlie, I'm delighted to see you in such amenable mood today.
Which mood?
Well, you know, easygoing, easy to get along with, likable, gentle.
Well, it's this way, Bergan. A gentle act, a gentle word makes life pleasanter. Just like it says in the song. Listen.
Gentleness is welcome.
You like that?
I do, Charlie, because it's true. True not only of people, but of cigarettes. That's why for months all Philip Morris smokers have enjoyed a new cigarette made gentle for modern taste. Born gentle, then refined to special gentleness in the making, this new cigarette comes as a wonderful surprise to veteran smokers, gives today's young smokers just what they require in a cigarette. Enjoy the gentle pleasure, the fresh, unfiltered flavor of new Philip Morris. You'll find it in a smart new red, white, and gold package.
Have a gentle Philip Morris made gentle for you.
Enjoy new Philip Morris, the gentle cigarette. And now, here is Edgar Bergan.
And now it's time for another bit of sage advice from our rural philosopher, Mortimer. And here he is with Snurd's words for the birds.
Half a loaf is better than no rest at all. Thank you.
Next Sunday. Good night, everyone.
Remember to listen to Edgar Bergan with Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snurd, Ray Noble, and the entire ensemble next Sunday at the same time. Tonight's Edgar Bergan Show with Jack Kirkwood, Carol Richards, Gary Crosby, and the Mellow Men was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Sam Pierce. Script by Cy Rose, Hilda Black, and Zeno Klinker. This is John Easton speaking.
Jack Benny is the guest of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman on the Halls of Ivy. Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. For the past few days, Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy College, has been almost completely unaware of the undercover campus activities of his wife, Victoria, former star of the English stage. In fact, he betrays his unawareness by asking at the breakfast table,
Vicky, my darling, I've been so busy lately, I've hardly seen you. What have you been doing that's interesting?
Oh, the usual things, Torrey. I chairman the book club Monday, met with the faculty women Wednesday, gave the student mothers group a short lecture on diaper folding on Thursday, met with
Excuse me, but where did you learn diaper folding?
In the theatre in England.
Really? Of course, I know naturally that no course in dramatics is complete without the eternal triangle, but My mental picture of that geometric figure seems to have been badly painted. To me, you were always the glamorous beauty, waited on hand and foot by adoring lackeys, champagne at elbow, and sobbing violins behind the potted palm.
Well, I've seen my share of potted lackeys in my day, but... This is before I rated a star on my dressing room door, when I was the Cromwell kid, the one with the rather good legs in the second row.
What else have you been doing?
Well, for one thing, I've signed Jack Benny for the annual charity benefit show.
That's nice. What else?
What do you mean, what else? Did you hear what I just said?
Of course I heard you, my sweet. You signed somebody for the annual Ivy benefit show.
It's not just somebody, Toddy. Jack Benny.
Oh? How did you manage to persuade this John Benny to help out?
Not John, Toddy. Jack.
Oh. You know, the instant intimacy established between two members of the theatrical world is a beautiful thing. 3 minutes after meeting for the first time, you find them locked in a fervent embrace, calling each other darling, swearing never to part again. And as they leave each other, murmuring, he looks a lot thinner in pictures. I wonder if he wears a girdle.
You know so much about it, dear. You must know who Jack Benny is.
Oh, the name's familiar to me, of course. Jack Benny, yes, he's in radio, isn't he?
Mr. Benny is radio.
Rather an all-encompassing statement, my dear, it seems to me. How about Carlton Born and Meet the Funny People?
That's two shows, darling. People are funny and Meet the People. Toddy, you don't seem to realize what a wonderful thing it's going to be to have Jack Benny here, right here on the campus. The greatest drawing party we've ever had.
Someone at the door, Vicky.
Well, all right, darling, I'll get it.
Bell, doorbell, telephone bell, classroom bells.
I'd like you to meet Mr. Morton, Milton Morton, Mr. Benny's advance man.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Morton?
Hiya, Dr. Hall. Thought as long as I was fixing up this guest shot for Jack, I might as well meet the big wheel. Probably won't have to bother you with details. I think I got everything nailed down okay.
Nailed down?
Oh, you know, he just means he's got everything under control. The publicity, billboards, concessions, parking facilities, you know.
Incidentally, is there a hunk of high brass around here named Willman or Woolman or something? Or Clarence Woolman?
Clarence Wellman?
Oh, yeah, that's him, Clarence Wellman. What goes with him anyway?
Oh, hypertension. And an interesting assortment of anxiety neuroses to give you a clinical answer, Mr. Morton. Why do you ask?
Well, he's been chasing me around all day yesterday and this morning on the telephone. He's up on his big fat ear about something, and, well, I've been ducking him till I could finish my job. Who did you say he was?
Mr. Wellman is the chairman of the Board of Governors of Ivy College.
Oh, fine. Got to be such a pest yesterday that I had been leaving messages all around town telling him to go fry a pig. What is this typhoid Mary's particular grief? Does he hate actors?
No. To be perfectly fair to Mr. Wellman, he has nothing but the best interests of this college at heart.
Yeah, then why...
However, his methods are somewhat lacking in grace. Apparently, he has a heart of gold and an abiding fear that someone will report his possession of it to the government. How about a little coffee, Mr. Morton?
No, thanks. I had my breakfast earlier. 2 Boilermakers and a pound of Benzedrine. No, I just wanted to check in, Doctor, and tell you how we appreciate Mrs. Hall.
Oh, nonsense.
I don't think it's nonsense, Victoria. Merely to know you is to appreciate you. Well, thank you for coming by, Mr. Morton, and I'm sure Mr. Bunny's appearance will be most successful.
It's Benny, dear, not funny.
Oh, well, wasn't there a John Bunny? Stout chap. Played opposite a woman named Flora Finch, I believe. When I was a boy...
No, that was another fellow, Doctor. No, this is Jack Benny. Rhymes with Penny if he can arrange it. And believe me, he can. Inside joke, I tell you. Mrs. Hall, thanks for your help, and take my word for it, you were a help. Now, never underrate her, Doc. This kid's really hep. Well, it's nice to have met you both.
Goodbye.
Well, it's nice to know I am married to a charming, beautiful woman who is also a kid that is hep. I suppose from Mr. Morton's tone of voice that this is the show business equivalent of the Nobel Prize.
Well, yes, it was intended to be complimentary, at least. Yeah, I'm going over to the auditorium, Toddy.
Wait a minute, darling. I'll go to the door.
Dr. Hall!
Oh, please come in. Mr. Wellman.
I did not come over here for bandy words, Dr. Hall. I came because of the situation which this campus, which affects seriously the dignity and the... what I mean is when Ivy College must stoop to acquire the services of a radio buffoon... bolster some charity affair. It's a pretty how do you do, Mrs. Hall.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Wellman?
I assume you are speaking of the guest appearance here of Mr. Jack Benny.
I certainly am. It's sad enough that we should seek the assistance of this performer, and worse, that the wife of our president should not only have instigated this affair...
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
Specifically, what is your complaint?
Do you object to Mr. Benny as a performer, Mr. Wellman?
Definitely not, Mrs. Hall. As radio comedians go, he is probably very good. In fact, he is good. I have heard him several times myself. He has even made me laugh. Out loud.
No.
Yes. What?
Nothing.
Oh. Do you realize what this man and his accomplices have done, Dr. Hall?
No, but anyone who can make you laugh out loud, Mr. Wellman, must have powers denied to ordinary mortals. But what has this genius done now?
It is disgraceful. As you must know, there are certain coincidental sources of revenue which accompany many public and semi-public functions here at IRS. Extra chair rentals, parking concessions, refreshments, programs. These are things which have traditionally been the rights and prerogatives of local people.
That's exactly what...
Do you know who has by some sort of conniving made arrangements to handle all these concessions himself?
You don't mean...
Jack Benny! He signed up every possible need of revenue. He will sell the programs. He will rent the extra chairs. He will sell the hot dogs. The beer and the popcorn. He will park the cars. And for 29 cents, he will wash the car.
Spoken to Mr. Morton about it?
I can't catch up with the man. I telephoned him all day yesterday, nor morning this morning. And when I finally did get word from him, I was told to go fry a pig.
Mr. Wellman, was there anything illegal or unethical in the manner in which these concessions were acquired by Mr. Benny?
Well, no, but it has always been... traditionally, they have always... local businessmen have always assumed... they have always taken it for granted.
What group of local businessmen, Mr. Wellman?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it was a group, but the fact remains that...
You mean that one local man has always had these concessions?
Yes, but...
Anyone we know, Mr. Wellman?
Yes, that is...
would the money from these concessions have been turned over to the charity, Mr. Wellman?
The group concerned has always given very generously.
Well, I will not pursue the question. I believe in the principle of give and let give. Good night, Mr. Wellman.
Get it. Dr. Hall's residence. Oh, yes, Mr. Morton. Indeed you may. We'll be delighted. Yes. Goodbye. Jack Benny is on his way over.
He is? Well, now, do I need any particular coaching or information to talk to a radio comedian?
Darling, you don't need any coaching to talk to anybody.
Oh, I'm not too sure, my sweet. In any business or profession, there are certain subjects to be avoided.
Yeah, well, don't worry about Mr. Benny. There's nothing... Oh, yes. Yes, there is one thing.
What's that?
Well, he made one rather unfortunate motion picture. Well, we better not refer to it.
Oh, no. No, of course we haven't. Cinematic skeleton in a professional practice. What picture was it?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. It was, Someone Blew Something at Midnight.
Well, it would be safest, I suppose, not to talk about motion pictures at all. Fortunately, I am not particularly loquacious on the subject. Billy Dove, I think, was my last really emotional...
Oh, Oh, dear. You let him in, Potty. I'll run upstairs and get my fixture. Imagine me being so nervous.
Well, I guess it's up to me. Can't think of a single joke. Oh, well. One shouldn't tell jokes to a comedian anyway. He couldn't afford to admit he hasn't heard it before.
Oh, Dr. Hall, I'm Jack Benny.
Ah, yes, Mr. Benny, we were expecting you. Please come in.
Thank you.
May I take your hat? And your violin case?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor.
I'll put your hat here on the table. And the violin case in the corner. A valuable instrument, is it?
Trash.
Really? A Stradivarius?
Well, no, just a Strad. A friend of mine makes them, Herman Stradney. That is, he used to make them before his accident.
Accident? Oh, nothing serious?
No, just a few bruises on the throat. He tried to sell one to Heifetz. You've heard of them, Jackie's, Heifetz. Is Mrs. Hall here, Doctor?
Oh, yes, she'll be down in just a minute. Sit down, won't you? Can I get you something to drink?
Why, yes. If you have some, I'd like a glass of beer.
Fine. I'll get it for you.
Gee, the Halls have a nice home here. Hey, this must be his diploma on the wall. Let's see what it says. Semperis Universitum. Know all ye men that William Todd Hunter Hall has this day been made a Bachelor of Arts. Bachelor? Then what is she? Oh, I guess he got that diploma while he was single. That reminds me of the one I have hanging on my back porch. Sic tempus, a victim, haec et valorem. Not responsible for laundry left over 30 days. See, look at all the books the professor has here. Look at the titles. Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. Einstein's Field of Nuclear Fission. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Gibbon. The G-String Murder Mystery by Dixie See, the professor sure has good taste in books. I ought to know. I read them all except the G-String Murder Mystery. Be happy-go-lucky.
We'll sit down in just a minute.
Oh, fine. Nice place you have here, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. It's very comfortable, but I imagine it looks rather insignificant compared to Radio City.
Oh, I don't live in Radio City. Oh. No, see, I live in California.
Oh, do you really? Well, I've many friends out there. Dr. Lyon and I carried on one chess game for 18 months over the long-distance phone.
You did? Long distance?
Oh, yes, indeed. It's quite a usual custom among college professors.
18 months?
Of course, in this case, it was exceptional. We were very evenly matched.
Oh. Is Dr. Lyon a banker?
No. He's president of Pomona College.
Oh. 18 months. Long distance. See, 3 times 4 is 12. 18, which is 6. Well, I'm very glad to meet you, Dr. Hall.
Thank you. You live in Hollywood, Mr. Benny?
Beverly Hills. See, I live there because it's very expensive.
Well, I must say that seems an odd reason.
Oh, well, prestige, and you can get far better prices.
Prices? For what?
Oh, laundry, car wash,
That's very funny, Mr. Benny. Very funny indeed. I must remember that you are a comedian.
Yes. Yes, you must.
Ah, darling, this is my wife, Mr. Benny, Victoria, Mr. Jack Benny.
How do you do, Mrs. Hall?
I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Benny, and so grateful. I can't tell you how kind you were to come here to Ivy.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, but it is.
Nothing?
No, it's a great deal. I still read my variety, and I know what prices are these days. I just read last week that Mr. Benny's salary at the Palladium in London...
Please, Mrs. Hall. You know how theatrical trade papers exaggerate, and when you figure the rate of exchange, it was nothing at all. I came back with nothing, really.
Nothing?
Well, it wouldn't even be a telephone bill for Dr. Hall. 18 months.
Vicky, We were talking about California. Mr. Benny lives in Beverly Hills.
Yes. I'm right next door to Ronald Colman.
The who?
Ronald Colman, the movie actor.
Oh, Father, you've heard of him.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yes, saw him in, let me see, A Tale of Two Cities. Overplayed it a bit, I thought.
Yes, I thought so.
Well, I just love him.
Oh, we're very close friends. You see, neighbors can be so close, don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, yes, one can learn and profit much from one's neighbor.
Yes. Can't one? Yes, indeed. Ronnie and Benita. That's Mr. Coleman's wife. Such nice people. See, we exchange Christmas cards every year.
Do you? I dearly love Christmas cards.
You do? Really?
Yes.
Well, that's sort of a hobby with me. I almost never go away without some. I think that somewhere, let me think. Oh, yes, of course, how silly of me. I always carry samples in my violin case.
Excuse me, Mr. Benny.
Oh, you go right ahead, Doc. Now, in this collection, Mrs. Hall, I have some beautiful snow scenes, and there's some churches. And, oh, yes, I do remember putting in a few of ivy-covered houses.
Dr. Hall speaking. Oh, yes, Professor. Well, I'm busy just now, but may I call you back? When? About 12 o'clock tonight, right after the show? All right, Professor. Goodbye.
Who was it, dear?
Professor Hornblower, darling, but he's going out and won't be back until quite late. I must talk to him and his wife about redecorating the Great Hall. Now, don't forget to remind me.
To do what?
To call them.
Call who?
The Hornblowers at midnight.
Here's your bill, Doctor.
Bill, are you being paid in advance, Mr. Benny?
Well, so many people change their minds about Christmas cards.
Christmas cards?
Well, yes, dear. Mr. Benny just happened to have some that I absolutely loved, so
Of course, darling. I'm delighted. Particularly with the sacrifice Mr. Benny is making to be here. I'm glad you bought a few.
Well, thank you. Here's the bill.
Oh, let's see. Jack Benny's Tower of Stage, Screen, Radio, and Television. Christmas cards, $12 a hundred. 200 cards, $24. 200, Vicky. I'm glad I didn't talk on the phone any longer. All right, here is $25, Mr. Benny.
Well, thank you. Now, let's see. Where did I put my violin case? Oh, yeah. Here's $3 change. The extra $2 is for Mrs. Hall's theatrical discount.
Thank you. Thank you. Yours is not a misspent youth, Vicky.
Well, excuse me. I'll just see who that is.
This is the life of a college president, Mr. Benny. At the beck and call of bells. Never a moment you can call your own.
It's Mr. Wellman, dear.
Dr. Hall, I heard that Mr. Benny was here.
Yes, he is, Mr. Wellman. Mr. Benny, this is Mr. Clarence Wellman, chairman of our board of governors.
Hello, Clarence.
Mr. Benny, your advance man, Mr. Morgan, has tied up every concession in this town. Tickets, the program, the parking, the car wash.
Popcorn.
Yes, popcorn. Concessions that are normally handled by our local group. This I consider most unethical. And in addition to this, he has submitted an expense account.
Well, this is quite proper. We expect to pay all Mr. Benny's expenses.
And another thing, Mr. Wellman, Mr. Benny has come a long distance to help our local charity, and without any fee. This is far more than we had any right to expect. If he has outwitted a local group in manipulating his extracurricular activities so that he emerges with a profit, well, I suggest that we appoint him the dean of our School of Economics. Now, is there anything else, Mr. Wellman?
No, Dr. Hall, there is not. And don't bother. I can find my way out.
Well, Mrs. Hall, I hope you're coming to the show tonight.
Oh, we wouldn't miss it for anything. And that student body of ours will be the greatest audience in the world. Well, I know. I've played to them.
All right, better get out of here and get ready. Thanks very much, Dr. Hall. It's been a real pleasure meeting you both.
We'll see you right after the show, then.
Yes. You must let us take you to the airport.
No, I'm afraid Morton has a car waiting for me.
Oh.
Here's a little note I wrote you, Mrs. Hall. Don't open it until after the show.
Why, all right. Thank you.
And Dr. Hall, if you ever come to Beverly Hills, give me a ring, will you?
I would be delighted.
You know, somehow I feel just as if you were a neighbor of mine.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Wasn't the show absolutely wonderful?
It certainly was. And so was Jack Benny. I haven't laughed so much for years. But Dickie, doesn't he play that violin abominably?
Oh, he does.
By the way, have you read his note yet?
His note, I forgot it. I have it in my bag.
Well, read it, son.
Dear Mrs. Hall, I saw you in London a long time ago and give them tears. When I found out it was you that wanted me to come, I couldn't wait. Isn't that charming? You gave me tears in London, so I hope I've given you a few laughs that I did. Incidentally, though I hate to admit it, I think your husband is terrific. My best always, Jack Bennett. P.S. The enclosed check is the concession money I took from Mr. Wellman and his, quote, local group, unquote. Will you give it to the charity with my love and affection? Besides, I made an absolute killing in Christmas cards.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Ken Carpenter speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day. Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing It's a Most Unusual Day.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. There's a most unusual sky. Not a sign of a cloud passing by. And if I want to sing, throw my heart in the ring. It's a most unusual day. There are people meeting sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people, and a feeling of spring in the air. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual day.
And now, here is a very important announcement. Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000, a grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life. And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest. Ford sedans, Westinghouse laundromats, From Silver Fox scarves, Toastmaster toasters, and it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or use an official entry blank giving complete rules obtainable at your dealers. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York. Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York. Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results. Well, we've seldom seen a more glorious fall morning than this one in the little town of Weaverville. Brilliant sunshine turns each autumn leaf to gold, and there's a tang in the air like wine. No wonder there's a sparkle in every eye, a carefree smile on every face. No wonder pure joy of living... Oh, well, wait a minute. What's this? Why, there's our young hero, Dennis Day, walking into the Anderson house with the most woe-begone expression we've ever seen. My goodness, he hasn't looked like this since the junior G-men discharged him for being over age. I wonder what's happened.
Why, Dennis, it's only 10 o'clock. What are you doing home from the shoe store?
I've got a good notion not to go back to that shoe store ever, Mildred. The boss and I had words this morning.
Words? What do you mean, words?
I said good morning, and he said you're fired.
Dennis, no. Well, what on earth did you do?
Oh, I guess it was that order I bought from a salesman without consulting the boss. Gosh, I still think 300 pairs of ladies' mules with fur on them at 50 cents a pair is a good buy.
Oh, gee, it seems so to me, too.
Sure. How did I know they were all size 13 and a half?
Dear, isn't it just awful the bad... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children. Something wrong, Mildred? You look a little upset.
Oh, Dennis is out of work again, Daddy.
Yeah, it's getting pretty darn discouraging going from one job to another, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, now, all you need is a little responsibility, my boy. Until a young man gets married, he's like a deflated balloon, incapable of rising. Someday you'll find your gas bag just as I have.
Daddy's right, Dennis. I've heard him say many times that he was incomplete until he met Mother.
Sure. She was what finished me off, all right.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, well, just a little belly laugh to cheer up Dennis. Now, why not drop in at that employment agency downtown, my boy? I'm sure they'll locate something for you.
Gee, do you really think so?
Why, of course. And then when you're finished, drop over at the hotel. I'll be down there on business today, and we can have lunch together.
Okay, I'll see you around noon.
But try not to be too disappointed if the employment agency doesn't find something for you immediately, won't you, Dennis?
Sure, I will.
Remember, you can always collect your unemployment insurance. After all, $20 a week isn't to be sneezed at.
No, especially when it's $3 more than I've been making. So I thought if you could find me something steady,
Why, of course, young man. We'll do our very best for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Just sit right down on that couch while I read off a list of occupations, and when you hear one that appeals to you, let me know. Ready? Accountant, actuary, architect.
Ooh.
Architect?
No, loose spring.
Yes, it does do that once in a while.
I think it's only a flesh wound.
Good. Perhaps we'd better get your vital statistics for our records before we go any further. Now, your name again?
Dennis Day.
Oh, yes. Your age and weight, please.
22 and 159. The larger number is my weight.
Yes, I had a hunch it might be. As far as school is concerned, how far did you go, Mr. Day?
3 blocks.
Mr. Day, I'm beginning to adore you.
Really?
Yes. And now this next question usually gets a plain, dull yes or no for an answer. But somehow I'm counting on you heavily. Tell me, are you a white-collar worker?
Oh, usually, but of course you know how the laundries are these days.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. And now then, what was your last job?
Oh, I sold shoes.
What kind?
Right ones and left ones.
Interesting. People with 3 feet were just out of luck, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Shall we continue? This is fun. Are you by any chance adept with your hands, Mr. Day?
Well, I can put them in front of a light and make a rabbit shadow on the wall.
Well, bully for you. But what I meant was, are you skilled at any manual labor?
Gee, no, I'm afraid not.
Then we have to rely on your mental attributes in placing you, huh?
Yes, sir.
We're in trouble, Mr. Day.
Gosh, really?
Really. However, suppose you leave your number, and if something turns up, I'll give you a call.
Oh, swell. I'll be at the Weaverville Hotel for the next hour. After that, call 227.
Fine. If a man answers, I won't hang up. By some wild stretch of the imagination, it might be you.
Sam, I'm telling you, this hotel lobby is giving me the willies. What's the matter with people in these tank towns? Ain't they buying phony oil properties anymore?
Doc, it ain't like the old days. The oil racket's been done to death. Nowadays, you need a real standout dope.
Yeah, but you'd think a town this size would have at least one prime... Hey, Sam.
Huh?
You see the kid over there waiting for someone? The one with them big, innocent, brown eyes?
You mean the guy over there twiddling his thumbs?
Yeah. See how hard he has to concentrate to keep him from colliding?
Uh-huh. Hey, look. That beautiful brunette with the wire-haired terrier's walking right in front of him. Oh, brother, has she got gorgeous legs, huh? Look at the kid's head time.
Yeah, but he's looking at the wire-haired terrier.
Oh, that's our man. Go to work.
Pardon me, young man, but I just don't seem able to place your face.
Oh, really? It's just where everybody else's is.
No. What? I'm
afraid I've got some bad news, J.B.
Yeah?
Oil has just been discovered on our land in Texas.
Oh, no! Oh, unless we can unload that land somehow, we'll be stuck with another $1 million.
This is stuck?
Look, young man, you don't understand. This puts us in a higher income tax bracket.
Sure, and right now we owe the government so much money that they don't know whether to throw us into jail or recognize us as a foreign power.
Oh, if we could only find someone to take this land off our hands, say, for a measly $2 an acre.
Well, if you're really in trouble, fellas, I'd...
A good boy, now. How much land do you want?
Well, wait till I figure out how much cash I can lay my hands on. Let's see now. Could I get much oil out of about 2.5 yards?
We should have known, Sam.
Yeah, come on, Duke. Forget it, kid. We're looking for a big...
Hey, wait a minute. Gosh, this would be a wonderful thing for Mrs. Anderson. She might buy the whole 100 acres.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yeah, I'm going to marry her daughter. And if I let her in on this, she'll have something to thank me for.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, my boy. We'll give you this deed to the property, and if this Mrs. Anderson buys it, just turn the $200 over to us, and we'll pay you a 10% commission. $10.
Oh, boy. Thanks, gentlemen. Gosh, Mrs. Anderson always wondered whether I had any brains or not. Well, I'll stop that in a hurry.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing With a Twist of the Wrist.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eye. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'll be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
Well, Dennis has been promised a commission if he can sell Mrs. Anderson 100 acres of Texas oil land at $2 an acre, not knowing, of course, that he's been taken in by two phony confidence men. And because the sale is so important to him, he's been remembering the main points of the salesmanship course he took in high school. Never force the issue. Wait until the thing you're selling comes up naturally and normally in the conversation. Let's watch him put this technique into operation.
Nice day, isn't it, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
A little warm for October.
Maybe.
Think prices will continue rising?
If they do, taxes better start coming down.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm glad you brought that up.
Brought what up?
Taxes, greatest state in the Union.
What?
Boy, what oil lands. Why, if you could buy just one little bit of property...
Oh, keep quiet.
Too abrupt, huh? Okay, let's try it again. Nice day, isn't it?
Dennis, I'm warning you. I'm in a black mood. I have a cold.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Brought what up?
Black gold.
What are you talking about?
Well, Mrs. Anderson, I know where you can buy some Texas oil property for only $2 an acre.
Oil property? Dennis Day, do you take me for an idiot?
What's that got to do with it?
Do you really think I'm dumb enough to fall for a thing like oil property?
But this will make you a millionaire, Mrs. Anderson. For an investment of only $2 an acre, you
can... Stop. I wouldn't touch a thing like that with a 10-foot pole. It's the most ridiculous thing that...
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Day. This is Mr. Nelson at the Employment Agency.
Who is it, Dennis?
Oh, it's for me, Mrs. Anderson.
I never thought I'd be saying this to you, Mr. Day, but I have a job for you.
Oh, gosh, that's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
Oh, it's just business, Mr. Anderson. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Well, have you ever heard of C.J. Farrington?
C.J. Farrington?
Why, that's the richest man.
Property out in the hills, and he wants someone to clear it off for him.
Uh-huh.
Chop down trees and cut away the brush. He'll pay $10 for every acre that's cleared.
$10 an acre?
Good heavens, it's up $8 an acre already.
You know how to handle that type of work, don't you, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. I can clean up all right.
Oh, Clara Anderson, you fool.
Tell him I'll be there first thing in the morning, Mr. Nelson.
Maybe it's not too late.
And thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
Dennis.
Yes, ma'am?
I've said some rather peculiar things to you every now and then, haven't I, dear?
Yes, ma'am.
But you've always known that way down deep inside me I adore you. Haven't you?
No, ma'am.
I do, Dennis. You're the sweetest boy I've ever met.
Mrs. Anderson, are you asking me to become the father of the girl I love?
now, dear boy. I just want a teensy-weensy favor. This C.J. Farrington is a very wealthy man, isn't he?
Farrington? Oh, yeah, he's loaded.
Of course he is. He has all the money he needs. I don't see why he should have any more, do you?
I'd rather not answer that. I might get investigated.
No, you don't understand, Dennis. You see, I want you to sell me that oil property at the original cost of $2 an acre.
You do? Well, gosh. Okay, sure.
Oh, you darling. I'll write you out a check for $200 immediately.
But I don't understand, Mrs. Anderson. A minute ago, you said you wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, well. You know that girls are always permitted to change their minds, don't you?
Sure, but what's that got to do? Ooh, I nearly said. $10, Mildred. Look, I gave your mother's check to those men, and they gave me $10 whole. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to become a real estate operator. I've always wanted yachts, servants, Cadillacs, and a bow tie that lights up.
But what I don't understand is why Mother bought oil land. It isn't like her. Did Mr. Farrington really offer $10 an acre for it?
Huh? Gosh, no. He just offered me $10 an acre to clean off some... Oh, but she'll thank me when she becomes a millionaire.
You mean if she becomes a millionaire? What did those two men look like, Dennis?
Oh, just average-looking fellows. One was wearing a black and white checkered suit and had shifty eyes, and the other one was short, and the hair on his forehead came down to about... I could be in trouble, huh?
I hope not, Dennis. We better see where the property's located. That's why I got out this map of Texas.
Yeah, let's see what the deed says now. 20 miles due south of Galveston, Texas, and 75 miles west of Freeport. That would put it right about here on the map.
There?
Yeah, Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, Dennis.
Boy.
Oh, we better call the police.
We can't. I sold the land to your mother, and they'd arrest me. No, I'll go confess to your mother, and then she'll just... Yeah, let's call the police.
No, you were right. We can't. Oh, if there were only some way to get Mother's money back. To make those men think the oil property's really valuable.
Yeah, sure, but what are we going to...
Wait! Dennis, I think I've got it. Get your hat, quick.
Why, yes, miss. Who for you?
Oh, Mr. Brown, you've got to help us. I'm private secretary to a very prominent newscaster. Our plane was forced down en route to New York, and he simply must be on the air immediately.
Oh, I see. Which newscaster is it? Raymond Grand Swing, Elmer Davis, Gabriel Hito, Lowell Thomas, Fulton Lewis Jr.? I know them all personally.
Did you mention H.B. Kaltenborn?
No, I don't believe I ever met him.
You can come in now, Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good evening, everybody.
Well, good evening, Mr. Kaltenborn. This is a great honor, believe me.
Thank you. You're the manager of this radio station?
Yes, sir, and my entire staff is at your disposal, sir.
Splendid. Your efforts will be appreciated, I'm sure.
Fine. Now, is there anything I can get for you?
Yes, this chair is a trifle hard. I'd like a nice soft cushion.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
Good work, Dennis. I'll run over to the hotel and make sure the radio in the lobby's real loud so those crooks will be sure to hear you. And when you get through, call Mother and tell her what's happened and what to expect.
Okay, and if it doesn't work, you call the undertaker and tell him who to expect. And so, the situation in Russia is grave indeed.
Do they have to play that radio so loud?
Relax, Duke.
And now we leave the foreign news of Russia and Prussia and turn to the domestic scene concerning a Texas oil gotcha. Tremendous oil strike was made late this afternoon on the floor of the Gulf of Mexico.
Sam, did you hear that?
Yeah, shut up a
The
minute.
locality of the strike is believed to be 20 miles south of Galveston and 75 miles west of Freeport.
Holy smoke, our Tidelands property.
It is interesting to note how the discovery came up. This factory was squeezing a walleye pipe, expecting to extract cod liver oil. Imagine his surprise when out squirted pure 100% Pennsylvania.
Duke, come Come on. We got to get hold of that Mrs. Anderson. We got to get that property back.
In my life, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm a pretty smart guy at times.
You certainly are.
We could only figure out why the times are so far apart.
Well, this time you were glorious. Oh, if you could only have seen those crooked faces when I had my check back and told them how we tricked them with that fake broadcast.
Gee, I'll bet it was wonderful.
It was priceless.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Mr. Anderson.
Say, did you hear H.P. Calton?
Did we? Oh!
I'll say we did.
I down at the hotel who owned that oil property. And guess what?
What?
But they couldn't have heard the broadcast because they sold me the entire property for $10 an acre.
Oh, no.
No.
You can explain. I'm going down to inspect the property.
Dennis Day, you started this.
Wait a minute. Mr. Anderson, I'll get my bathing suit and go with you.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's Colgate Dental Cream. Give your teeth thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In answer to so many requests, here's Dennis with George Dooning and the orchestra to sing Because.
Because you come to me, and hold my hand and lift mine eyes above, a wider world of hope and joy I see. Because you come to me. Because you speak to me, I find the roses waking round my feet, and I am led through tears and joy to thee. Because you speak to me. Because God made thee mine, I'll cherish thee. Through light and darkness, through all time to be, and pray His love may make our love divine. Because God made thee mine. Through light and darkness, through all time to be, and pray His love love may make our love divine. Because God made thee
Night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun. Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, here it is, the first day of April, All Fool's Day. All over the country, people of dignity drop their cloak of respectability and declare open season for silliness. And the people in Mel Blanc's little town are no exception, especially Mel Blanc himself. Anyway, let's sneak into his fix-it shop and listen. Shh, he's on the phone.
Is that you, Henry? I have a phone call for you from Dr. Rooster. Just a minute, I'll put him on. Oh, it was some joke on him. Yeah, now let's see who I call. I'll get another name out of the phone directory. Mrs. Raines, Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Roy. Mrs. Roy, that's a good one. Hello, Mrs. Roy? I want to speak to Mrs. Roy. This one is a dilly. Is that you, Mrs. Roy? Mrs. Roy, is Kill there?
Laughing at?
Oh, Betty, it's April Fool's Day, and I'm having fun on the telephone. Just watch this. Here's a Richie name in the phone book. Mrs. Uppington Van Sloan. Hello?
Hello?
Are you the lady that washes?
I beg your pardon.
I said, are you the lady that washes?
Of course not.
Oh, you dirty thing!
You better be careful now. One of your jokes is liable to backfire.
Oh, Betty, that's never happened to me, except once last year. Then I only spent 2 days in the hospital.
What happened?
Well, don't you remember last April Fool I disguised my voice? I woke up your father... I woke up your father at 4 a.m. and said on the phone, "You're a big fat jerk and a moron. Guess who this is?"
Yeah, well, how did you get in the hospital?
He guessed. Oh, I don't know. I can never pull a joke on your father.
Well, don't try it this year, Mel, especially since Father's beginning to like you so much.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, no, Father likes you very much. Last night when you were over the house, I heard him asking in the kitchen for a little bite.
Yeah, and his teeth marks are still on my arm. Let me see. Who else can I play a joke on?
Well, not with me around. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh, Betty, your slipper showing.
Oh, where?
On your clothesline. Fool. Oh, now I'm alone. I can pull the biggest one of them all. And this year he won't catch me. I'm going to call Betty's father.
Hello?
Oh, London calling. Mr. Colby.
London? Yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Smythe Twombly, the lawyer, calling. Mr. Colby, it is my duty to inform you that your uncle, Sir Percival Colby, has just been buried.
Buried?
Had to. Dead, you know.
Well, but I haven't got an Uncle Percival.
And furthermore, he left you his entire fortune.
Oh, yes, dear Uncle Percy, yes. Oh. How much did he leave?
Well, it's a matter of £2 million, 30 guineas, 5 shillings, 2 pence, and a jacket. We'll mail you the check in a fortnight.
A fortnight?
In fact, we'll send the check airmail. It may take only 3 nights. Well, cheerio.
Oh, I'm rich.
What a terrific rib. Oh, gee. I forgot to say April Fool. Hey, what if he takes me seriously? Oh, no, he couldn't be that stupid.
Hello, Val.
Well, Professor Potchnick, my favorite music teacher. Have I been having fun today?
Why all of a sudden today?
Well, don't you know it's April the 1st? All Fool's Day.
Oh, pardon me. Happy birthday, Mel.
Professor, don't you get it? April Fool is when you play jokes on people.
Oh, please, don't remind me. Last year I played a joke on my wife, Sonia. I made believe I was out of town. I called up the house and I said, "Hello, Sonia, this is Joe. Your husband's out of town. This is my chance. Joe needs you. Joe wants to come right over." Was I embarrassed?
Well, how come?
Joe answered the phone. So I divorced her and she married Joe. And this poor Joe got troubles.
Why?
Now when he's calling up, I'm answering the phone.
Say, are you going to get married again, Professor?
Yes, but with someone in my own profession. Here is an ad I'm putting in the Musical Digest. Male piano teacher wants to marry female piano teacher. Object, baby grand. Well, Mel, I got to be...
Oh, hello, Mel. Hello, Professor. Congratulate me. I'm a millionaire.
Oh, Mr. Colby.
Oh, here, Mel. Have a box of soap chips. We'll have 2 boxes.
Mr. Colby.
Well, don't stand there like that. This isn't just money. It's soap chips.
You came into a fortune?
Yes, £2 million. My uncle in England died. Well, I'm giving away my supermarket, and I'm going to build another one. I'll build the biggest in the world. In fact, it'll be so big, people will think it's a drugstore.
Mr. Colby, I think there's something you ought to know.
Oh, not now, Mel. I've given away half my supermarket, and I came down here to give you anything you want. Now, what do you need?
Mr. Colby, is it hard to get rope?
No, I'll give you just as much as you want.
Well, I just want a little for my neck. Listen,
No time. Yippee! I'm a millionaire. Come on, Professor Potchnick.
Yippee!
Oh, I just happen to think, please, Professor. No. My uncle died.
Isn't that terrible?
Yes, terrible.
Tell me, are you giving away Russian caviar?
Yes. What kind? You want red or black?
Well, as long as you're in mourning, make it black.
Oh, what have I done? This is the worst fix I've ever gotten myself into. Mr. Colby finds out it's an April Fool joke. This fool won't see the end of April.
Use Colgate tooth powder
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and you can't see the sun when you're crying.
You can't see the sun when you're crying. A tear can't hide the brightest sky of blue. And you can't hear a song when you're sighing, no matter how the birds sing for you. Suppose you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean 'em up to look for rainbows when it rains. 'Cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun shine through. Oh, dry those tears, 'cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. You can't even hear a robin when you're sighing. Just supposing you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. You'd clean 'em up to see rainbows when it rains. 'Cause you can't see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun, smile and let the sun shine through.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mel's innocent little April Fool joke has gotten him into plenty of trouble. He phoned Mr. Colby, pretending to be an English lawyer, and convinced Colby that his uncle had died and left him $1 million. The joke went so well that Mr. Colby is giving away his supermarket to everybody in town, expecting the money to arrive from England. While Mel is figuring out how to break the news to Mr. Colby, along comes more trouble in the person of the town beau brummel, Hartley Benson.
Hello, Hartley. What's new in your life? Nothing. I'm still crazy about great big adorable me. In fact, Mel, I'm as fragrant as can be. I'm so sweet, perfume smells me. Oh, will you cut that out, Hartley? Well, Mel, old boy, it's the truth. Haven't you heard of the new perfume that's coming out? No, what's the name of it? Evening with Hartley Benson. It comes in 3 strengths: tender kiss, burning kiss, and oh, Hartley, you're straightening out my Gruen Curvex. I received the first test bottle of it just last week. Well, how was it? Well, I sprayed myself with half the bottle because I had a date with a gorgeous, glamorous blonde. Well, what happened? Nothing. I smelled so good that I stayed home and danced with myself. I tell you, Mel, I was the loveliest couple on the floor. Look, Hartley, let me alone. I've got enough trouble. In that case, I shall be off. I'm such a lovely thing, I'm giving myself an engagement ring. Goodbye, Mel. Nice seeing me. What a character.
time he does that, I'm going to throw him a fish. Gosh, Mr. Colby is still giving things away. There must be a way to stop him. The more he gives away, the more he'll kill me. Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me.
Hello, Mel. Ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Well, mighty potentate, how's your dreamboat?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is tugboat. Matter of fact, she's a cross between a barge and a sloop. Sort of a bloop.
Come now, mighty potentate. She doesn't look like that.
If she doesn't, Mel, why is it that every night when I go to sleep, I dream about Moby Dick the whale? You should hear that woman snore. Every once in a while, I get up yelling, "There she goes!" Mel, you should see her open her mouth when she snores. Jonah could walk in standing up. What a woman.
You sound pretty disgusted, mighty potentate.
Well, the other day I was cooking. I could hear my wife nagging, "Salt the potatoes, clean the lettuce, watch the biscuits." Then my wife came into the kitchen. She lit the burners, opened the door, and said, "Oh, John, put the turkey in the oven." Dad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I got no one to talk to.
Well, I'm glad I got you to talk to, mighty potentate. I played a joke on Mr. Colby, and now he's giving everything away in his supermarket.
He is. My wife's shopping there right now. Maybe somebody will take her.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me finish. The reason he's giving everything away is because I fooled him into thinking he had inherited a fortune. Now, how can I get out of it?
Well, let me think. You could commit suicide. No, I'm saving that for myself. I've got it. Well, why don't you disguise yourself as a lawyer? Tell him there was some mistake and he really didn't inherit that money. You understand?
I do.
Mel Blanc, what did you say?
I do.
Mel, never use those two horrible words in my presence. Well, I hope I helped you out. Well, I guess it's high time. I better be going now.
Yep, it's high time, and thanks for the idea. Hey, where you going now, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see 2 years before the mass, or I can go home and look at 20 years behind the apron. So long, Mel.
Well, at last I've got a way to get out of my troubles. I'll be an English lawyer, and I'll have Zuki tell Mr. Colby I'm coming over tonight. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
And you actually saw the lawyer arriving in town, Zuki?
Yeah, Mr. Colby. He came in by airplane. He came in by automobile. He came in under a freight car.
Oh, that's a funny one.
I thought that you.
Well, he'd probably come with the money. Oh, here, have a smoke, Zuki. It's a quarter cigar.
Oh, gee, it's wonderful. Who smoked the other 3 quarters?
Oh, here, I'll light it for you. There we are. Colby, a millionaire.
Gee. It's like a Corona. It's Havana smudge pot.
That's probably the lawyer now. I'll answer the door. Oh, good evening.
I'm Smythe Twombly of Whistle and all that sort of rot. I'm looking for Mr. Colby and all that
all the rot. Won't you come inside? I'm Mr. Colby.
Well, how are you, old bean?
Oh, tip-top, old man, and you?
Sen, old breath.
Sen. I always thought Englishmen said pip-pip.
Frankly, old boy, I've had a very tiresome journey. I'm too poop to pip.
Mike Twombly, tell me, where in London does your firm have its office?
Number 10 Downing Street.
But Atlee lives there.
We're putting on new help all the time. Nice fellow, Clem.
Clem? Oh, then I suppose you know Winnie.
Who?
Winnie.
All right. Now about the money.
Oh, yes, the money. When do I get it?
Mr. Colby, there isn't any money.
What?
You don't get a red cent. I mean, you don't get a love and a farthing.
Why? It's Mel Blanc. I get it, Mel. Oh, it's an April Fool joke. You're trying to make me think I'm not getting the money, aren't you?
You're not. Mr. Colby, now don't get excited, but it was me who called you up in the first place. What? You're not getting a penny.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Come now, you're not trying.
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Mr. Colby, please, I didn't mean it. Don't break my bones.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to take this gun and shoot you instead.
Shoot me? Oh, Mr. Colby, please. Break my bones.
Nope. I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, here, start on my arm. Go ahead, snap it in half. Enjoy yourself. Go ahead.
It's no use. I'm going to shoot you with this 45.
Mr. Colby, couldn't you wait until the 47s come out?
Nothing doing. Stand still, you idiot. I'm going to shoot you right in the brain. It'll take 20 or 30 shots, but I'll find it.
Oh, he did. Oh, gosh. I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd die. I'm going now. My whole life is passing before me. What a disappointment I've been. Even when I was born, my parents wanted to hear the patter of little feet around the house. But I disappointed them. I walked on my hands. I remember how my mother used to count my toes. 8, 9, 10, 11. Then she counted the other foot. I tried to help the family by selling magazines on street corners. I sold Time magazine on one corner, and the pretty girl sold Life on the opposite corner. On windy days, I had the time of my life. I don't want to die.
April Fool! Come on, get up, you nincompoop.
Mel, you're not dying.
Then I'm not shot? I'm not dying?
No, Mel, old boy. Mr. Colby shot blank with a blank.
What? Were all you people listening outside?
That's right. Well, you never fooled me. I knew it was an April Fool joke immediately. But I turned the tables on you. Now, gentlemen, thanks for helping me with my little joke. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have my soap chips and caviar back.
April Fool!
What do you mean?
Try and get it.
Mel, how long do you think you'll be able to hide out in your fix-it shop?
Until your father calms down, Betty. Gosh, what a day this has been. Oh, somebody wants me to fix something. I'll answer the phone, Betty. Hello, Mel's Fix-It Shop. If it's on the blank, bring it to blank.
Is this Mel Blanc himself?
Yes?
Congratulations, Mr. Blanc. This is the Tub of Diamonds radio program. You've just won a 1947 packet and $10,000 in cash. Well, Mr. Blanc, what do you say to that?
Shut up.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Fresh and lively and very pleasant to taste is Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. As soon as the brush touches your teeth, Colgate tooth powder makes rich, active foam that cleans and freshens every corner of your mouth. Makes your breath sweeter. Yes, indeed. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And oh, what a wonderful cleansing job Colgate tooth powder does. Leaves your teeth with that pearly smooth feeling, reveals their natural brilliance. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It isn't the mayor of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga, kid.
The makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present the Fred Allen Show. With Fred's guest, George Jessel, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you wonder who Senator Claghorn is, my name is Kenny Delmar. In the January issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, ladies and gentlemen, the so-called star of this program was selected as the Cosmopolite of the month. He's been called about everything else, but this month he's a Cosmopolite. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, that story about me in Cosmopolitan, written by H. Allen Smith, turned out quite well, I thought.
Yeah, you know, Fred, all of the magazines seem to be saluting people each month.
They're always saluting. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the Time magazine made President Truman the Man of the Year in January.
You know, I hear Time is making Mayor LaGuardia the Man of the Month for February. It's a short month, I think. The other magazines are still going full blast. The Hobo News is making Jack Benny the Tramp of the Month. Pick is picking the Punk of the Month. And the Poultry Journal may be a... Well, Portland... Do you want to cut in, Portland? Kenny and I are talking about magazines saluting different people. Has anyone in your family ever been honored by a magazine?
Well, last year, the Police Gazette chose Mama as Miss Patrol Wagon for 1945.
Miss Patrol Wagon, huh? Is that... I'll laugh at it. At least you got me. Is that a camp stool you have with you there?
It's for Mama. She's standing in line.
Standing in line for what?
Mama doesn't know whether she's going to see the picture at the Roxy, get a ticket for Florida, or end up with a pair of nylons.
She doesn't know?
Mama just saw a long line and got in it.
Oh, well, that's the trouble with the country today, Portland. Half of the people are standing in line to buy things. The other half is standing in line picketing. But aren't you... Just a mild demonstration, if any. We work it up as we go along. And Mr. Jessel arrives. Big thing. But tell me, aren't you, Portland? Aren't you cold with those liquid stockings on?
No, I always mix in a little antifreeze.
Oh, with the... There's only one trouble with liquid stockings in the winter. If it gets hot all of a sudden, you've got a shoe full of stocking. You never can tell.
Last week, Mama drank some liquid stockings by mistake.
Drank some? Didn't it bother her?
For 2 days, she hiccuped Bobby socks.
I know a man who drank a whole bottle of liquid stockings accidentally.
Was he sick?
No, but he had to swallow a garter to hold his stomach up. That was the last time he saw Paris. And speaking of garters, when you've got to go to Allen's Alley, you've got to go. Remind me to give the writers more money. These women, they've got to go.
Have you a question ready?
A question? You bet. You know, this past week, strikes closed most of the meatpacking plants throughout the country, shutting off the country's supply of meat. And so our question tonight is, if you have been unable to get your quota, how have you been coping with the meat shortage?
Shall we go?
As the electric fan said when somebody turned it on, I think I'll blow. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. I guess the senator's home all right. His bullwhip is coiled up on the front step there.
Somebody not.
Now look, Senator.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn.
I know your name. You're from the South.
I'm a ding-dong daddy from Dallas.
You're a...
Yeah, on the radio, I'll never listen to thanks to the Yanks.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, speak up, son. What's on your mind?
Well, if I only...
Go ahead and talk,
Well, all I'm trying to do is...
Well, the war's over, son, today. Loose lips ain't sinking ships.
I'm just trying to get a word in.
Open your mouth, son. I've heard more conversation coming out of a knothole. Knothole out here.
You're winded, hey?
Only momentarily, son.
Good. Now, I'll get in there. What about this meat strike?
I brought it up in the house. Pay attention now, son. I heard 12 loose talk. Loose talk, that's a joke, son.
I know it's a joke.
Carolina cackle.
I don't care.
That was a Birmingham belly buster.
Now, wait a minute.
You should be yucking, you ain't even smirking.
I don't even get a chance to smirk.
Hold up, son, you don't get it. You're from back country.
Now, look, Senator, what about this meat problem?
Well, the nation's capital will have plenty of meat for everybody.
Well, where is Washington going to get this meat?
Son, there's 130 million Americans.
Yes?
And today, every American is sending his beef to Washington. Go on, son.
Well, the senator has a head like a pot roast. It brings back happy memories. Well, I hope Titus Moody is still up tonight. Now, let's see.
Howdy, Bob.
Your exhaust is working well, Mr. Moody. You feel all right? You look a little shaky.
Boy, was I stiff last night.
Drinking?
No. Somebody put starch in my bathwater.
You have a bathtub in the house?
No. Every Saturday night, I take a can of Dutch cleanser and lower myself down into the well.
In this cold weather?
No. During the winter, I don't slop around in the well.
Well, how do you keep clean?
Once a week, I go over myself with a racer and a whisk broom.
Well, how about the meat shortage?
Oh, that don't bother me none. I'm a vegetarian.
Well, haven't you ever tasted meat?
Only once. That cured me.
What happened?
About 20 years ago, a city fella come around selling rabbits.
And you bought one?
Yeah. He give me the rinky-dink.
The old R.D., hey?
Yeah.
Well, how do you mean?
He was dishonest.
Dishonest, huh?
Yeah, looked like a rabbit, cooked like a rabbit, tasted like a rabbit.
What makes you think it wasn't?
Well, for 2 weeks after I ate the rabbit...
Yes?
Every time I smelled catnip, I turned a somersault. Come on,
Mr. Moody still has that hang cat look, I must say. Oh, well, what will a knock at this door bring?
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You were expecting maybe Weinstein Churchill?
Tell me, Mrs. N, has the meat strike bothered you?
I am in a dilemma.
Dilemma?
There is such a word.
Oh, yes. Yes, dilemma is a word. You might have read it someplace.
I'm only reading broken English.
Oh.
As I am speaking, so I am reading.
Oh, fine.
Why be deceitful? Who am I fooling?
Well, I see your point, Karen. I agree with you thoroughly. But what about the meat shortage?
Confidentially, we are having well in hand the situation.
You had some old meat stored up, did you?
Oh, no. My husband, Pierre, is buying a goat. A second-hand Billy.
A second-hand? A used goat. A live goat?
The first night we are locking him in the clothes closet.
I see.
During the night, the goat is eating the backs off of 3 of Pierre's union suits.
Oh, gosh.
The next day, the goat Pierre is killing and we are having for dinner.
Well, after eating the backs off 3 union suits, how did the goat taste?
Like flapjacks, but delicious.
Oh, And that brings us to the little vine-covered shanty at the end of the alley. A knock here should certainly start something.
Shout huzzah, scream adjectives flowery, Falstaff is here, the bard of the Bowery.
Well, something tells me that you have new poems for us tonight.
Oh, indubitably. Have you heard, when they pinched Uncle Charlie, his excuse was the honey? He claimed he was in the bank just feeling the money.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, the jukebox was playing I'm Confessing as she lured me into the delicatessen.
No. No.
How about this? Mother, please don't point father at me. He may be loaded again.
Now, wait a minute. Please. Tonight we are simply discussing the meat strike.
Precisely why I am here. I would bark some doggerel.
Well, what is your meat poem called?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards.
Uh-huh. How does it go?
Joy reigns supreme in the stockyards. When the meat strike was called through the nation, the cattle doomed to die in their pens gave the news tremendous ovation. A little ram frisked with his ewe. A Holstein kissed one of the steers. A big shaggy heifer danced round like a zephyr. A brindle cow mooed out 3 cheers. Yes, joy reigns supreme in the stockyards. Chicago's ne'er seen such a sight. A jubilant ox jumped up on a box and yelled, "Ah, there's good news tonight."
And as Bard Openshaw scouts to the wing, we turn to our melodic. This is the 5 DeMarco sisters. Tonight, accompanied by Al Goodman and his poor man's Philharmonic, the DeMarco sing Hubba Hubba from the new picture, Doll Fate.
Hubba, 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 hello, Jack. Hubba, 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 just got back. Well, hubba, 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 shoot some breeze, say whatever happened to Japanese. Hubba, hubba.
I'll say, ain't you heard?
Hubba, 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 we got the word. We got it from a guy who was in the know. It was mighty smoky over Tokyo. A friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck. As he flew away, he was heard to say, hubba, hubba, mop, mop. I got another mission. That's okay. And with the confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I'll take you later in the USA. Friend of mine in a B-29 dropped another load for luck.
I hope you know what I'm talking about.
Well, I got another mission, and that's very okay. And with the confirmation, well, I'll just say, hubba, 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 be on your way. And I'll take you later in the USA. Hubba, 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 take you later in the USA.
And now, a helpful hint about the family table.
Whatever concerns the family table is important to us all, and here's a good example. I'll bet you can all bake good biscuits, ladies. Tender, light, fluffy, mouth-melting. And here's a spread just made to go on these super biscuits of yours. Bluebonnet margarine. For Bluebonnet gives you flavor, nutrition, economy. All three. Bluebonnet has a delicious flavor. Fresh, delicate, country sweet. You'll say no spread at any price ever gave you more delicious eating. Bluebonnet gives you proved nutrition, too. It's rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, you'll find Bluebonnet saves you real money. Why, it costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. And remember, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. A name that down through the years has always stood for quality. Be sure to ask your grocer for Bluebonnet tomorrow. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three. Flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a few flakes from Let It Snow, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Racing Form Rhythm Boys. Say, yes, Portland?
Shall I pile these letters here?
If you will, please. Those are the last of the Jack Benny contest letters. I've been up 3 nights reading them. You know, I'm one of the judges. And speaking of letters, Portland, reminds me, could you get your pencil, please? I want to dictate a letter.
I'm all ready.
You're ready? We'll take this down. Mr. George Jessel, 20th Century Fox Studios. Dear Mr. Jessel, you are a rat, capital R. Signed, yours sincerely, Fred Allen. Get that off instantly.
Well, I thought you and Georgie were friends.
I'll never speak to Jessel again unless I happen to get a wrong number.
Gosh, what happened?
Well, last week, Mr. Jessel was here in New York. You know, he's a big producer for 20th Century Fox Pictures now, and I received a note saying that Mr. Jessel wanted to see me. So I got all dressed up, got my cane out of Simpson's, and started for Mr. Jessel's office. When I arrived at the 20th Century Fox building, I found Mr. Jessel's office a big nylon door, and I knocked on the door.
Come in, come in.
Georgie Jessel. Well, Georgie.
Excuse me, Fred. I'm on the phone at the moment. Hello, Legit Drugstore. This is Georgie Jessel speaking. I want 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer sent out to my studio in Hollywood right away. Okay.
Georgie, 6 boxcars of Bromo Seltzer?
It's for my new picture, Fred.
Bromo Seltzer?
Yes, I'm making a sequel to The Lost Weekend. It's called Saratoga Drunk.
Oh.
Laugh, son. What's the matter with you?
Saratoga Drunk sounds like a great picture.
Well, it's a new idea, Fred. An elephant drinks too much and sees 200 pink saboos.
Only in Hollywood could you possibly pick up 200 pink saboos. And Hollywood, I must say, has surely changed you, Georgie. Those clothes you have on.
Oh, well, this is my working suit, Fred. The shirt happens to have a pink dickie, but nobody noticed.
No. A mink? It's mink, isn't it? It isn't pink. It's a mink dickie. And it goes well.
That's right.
It goes well.
It says pink here, but I'll say mink anyway.
It goes well with that fur mandarin coat you have on.
Yes, this is genuine grizzly bear. Instead of the belt in the back, it has a big paw hanging down.
Oh,
this paw is spelled paw.
A big paw. But as you are, you Hollywood tycoons with your paws hanging down on the back, I suppose you're still living in that house out in Beverly Hills that looks like the Rose Bowl with Venetian blinds.
Oh, you should see it now, Fred. I've had all the grass dyed white.
You have white grass?
Yes.
Why?
Well, when the newsboy throws the paper on the lawn, the color shouldn't clash, you see? Well, I've got lavender trees and a pink hedge and a plaid sidewalk.
Well, say, this riot of colors must be causing plenty of comment.
What comment?
Nobody even notices it?
In Hollywood, who takes off the dark glasses?
Oh, I see. Georgie, I wonder what would happen if one day everybody in Hollywood took off their dark glasses and all of the people got a good look at each other.
This is a horrible thought, Fred.
But tell me about your house, Georgie. You have a swimming pool, of course.
I have the biggest pool in Hollywood.
Well, how big is it?
Well, when you stand on one side of the pool,
yes,
from the other side you can hear voices yelling. When are they going to send us home?
That's how big the pool is. Well, you're a great success, Georgie. I saw your last picture of the Dolly sisters. It was swell.
Well, what I did for the Dolly sisters, Fred, I can do for you. As a matter of fact, that's why I sent for you.
Really?
I want to produce a story of your life.
The story of my life?
Yes. It'll be bigger than Darryl Zanuck's Leave It to Heaven. I had to get it in.
But Georgie, I know they have a big whip out there when you leave on the plane. But, Georgie, what actor could you possibly get to play my life? Don Amici?
No, Amici's tied up.
Really?
You know, with the telephone situation. He's sorry he started the whole thing. No, there's only one man to play your life, Fred, and that is you.
You mean that I will be the star?
Star? Why, it's your life. Everybody else in the picture is just the stooge.
I'm the whole picture.
Yes, Fred, there's just one little thing.
Yes, Georgie.
Well, now, you know how Alfred Hitchcock always sneaks into some scene in every picture that he directs?
Yes, you always see Mr. Hitchcock in the crowd trying to get into the automat with his nickel out or something.
That's right. Now, do you mind if I do just a little bit like that in your picture?
A little bit? Of course not, George.
You know, they'll just see the back of my head maybe in a barber's chair, or maybe I'll run past the camera with a pushcart fast. Nobody will see. Suppose we just call that a producer's whim.
Well, anything you say, Georgie. Now, what is this story like?
All right, the picture opens with the 20th Century Fox signature music.
George Jessel presents The Life of Fred Allen, starring Fred Allen.
Say, that's wonderful, Georgie. Now what happened?
Now, as the story opens, Fred, you are 4 years old.
Now, wait a minute. Well, how can I play a 4-year-old kid?
Fred, our makeup man can do anything, really.
But I'm 6 feet tall. How can I be a kid?
You play the whole first scene on your knees.
On my knees?
Yeah, we'll glue some shoes on your kneecaps. Nobody will know the difference.
Well, if I walk on my knees, my arms will be dragging on the ground.
All right, so we'll double up your arms, stick little false fingers on your elbows.
Well, after I'm made up, what do I do in the picture?
Well, the story opens in Illinois. Now, you see, Fred...
Wait a minute, Georgie. I was born in Boston in Massachusetts.
I know that, Fred, but we have an old Illinois set left on the lot from another picture.
What picture?
Home in Indiana.
Home in Indiana.
Now, Fred, if you're going to question every little
No, you're the
detail...
producer, Georgie. Go on.
All right. The picture opens. It is morning.
To little Freddie Allen starting out in life, the world is a glorious adventure. He is on his way to school, happy, carefree. But see, he stops. The little tyke is worried. Is he late for school? By the side of the road, he sees a gaunt, lean man chopping logs. Hurrying over to this wood chopper, little Freddie says,
Sir, what is the time?
The time, my son, it's time for every American to stop and ponder. Our country is at the crossroads. Sit down on this log, son. I'm only a rail splitter myself. My name is Lincoln. Abe Lincoln.
Now, wait a minute.
I wrote a talk, and I'm going to make it up. My boy, I'd like you to hear it and tell me what you think of it. Sit down on the log, and I'll read it for you.
Look, now, wait.
70 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation.
Now, look,
conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition.
Now, wait a minute. Now,
Stop the music. Stop the music. Now, what's the matter, Fred? What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the life of Fred Allen. It starts out the whole thing is Abraham Lincoln.
Now, Fred, who is sitting there on the log listening to Abraham Lincoln? You. Now, the way the camera said, whose face is the audience? See, yours. And I want to tell you something. You were great.
I was great.
Yes.
I didn't do anything.
You don't understand pictures, Fred.
Well, look,
Now, do you realize what America owes you? If you hadn't let Lincoln try out his Gettysburg Address on you, he might have gotten discouraged and torn up the whole business. Well, can't you hear people saying, why, if it wasn't for little Fred Allen, the Civil War might still be going on.
Now, but, George, if I was 4 years old when Lincoln was a rail splitter, today I'd be 125 years of age.
Who listens, who cares about such things in pictures? Maybe a couple of history professors who are sitting in the balcony, that's all. Or Joel Copperman. Now, pay no attention to it. Just wait till you see this next scene.
Am I in it?
Am I in it? He says, am I in it? It's all you, Fred. You're a young man, but you have taken to drink.
Drink?
Yes, you're living in Albany. It's apple country, and you're a cider fiend.
I'm full of cider, huh?
Yeah, you're full of cider. Now you have to make a decision. What will it be? Cider or success? As the scene opens, it's the waterfront. The camera's on a jug of cider in your hand. It's clutching that jug.
Will young Fred Allen be picked up by Cider Anonymous? See, He awakens, still in a stupor. He staggers up to a man standing next to a boat on the dock. Allen speaks.
Mister, what day is this? What day is this, young man? Today is a new day in American navigation. My name is Fulton, Robert Fulton. Now, wait a minute. In a few minutes, I'm testing my steamboat, the Clermont. That's why this crowd is here right now. Folks, in a minute you'll see a miracle, a boat driven by steam.
Fulton's father.
All right, laugh, you fools. I'll show you. I told you my boat would go today. I'll steam down the river.
Steam's up, Mr. Fulton, steam's up.
All right, cast those ropes to stop the engine. Watch my steam.
Jeepers, the Clermont's moving.
I told you it would. Anchors away. Stop the music. Georgie, wait a minute. Now, what's the matter, Fred? What? This is the story of my life. I'm already 25 years old, and so far in my whole life I have spoken twice. I have asked 2 questions. Fred, you don't understand pictures. I don't understand pictures, but Georgie, if I only had some lines to say, at least I could pull the whistle on the boat. Star pulls whistles on a boat? But what is Robert Fulton? Look, you don't get the significance, Fred. I did something again? Certainly you did. You see, when Fulton faced that mob of scoffers, he was about to give up. But he saw in the crowd one face that encouraged him. The camera closes in. This face that he saw, this is yours. You mean that I'm there on the dock? Why, if it wasn't for you today, there would be no Fulton fish market. There'd be no steam. There'd be no Turkish bass. No steam. Tailors would be pressing pants by hand. But, Georgie... Stop complaining, will you? Because the rest of the picture is all you. Well, it's about time. Now, what happens now? Next scene opens down south. You started a new life, Fred. You got a job. Good. You're on your way to rent a room. And as we fade in, you're walking up the stairs of an old southern mansion. Sounds good.
Yes, Fred Allen has made a comeback. He has work. His eyes are bright. The world is before him. He knocks on the door of the old southern mansion. A kindly old man with snow-white hair opens the door.
Pardon me, sir. Have you a room to rent?
Come right in, son, and set yourself down. My name is Foster, Stephen Foster.
Now, wait a minute.
Honey, I wrote a new song this morning, and I want to sing it for you.
Now, look, George.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
Music. This is the last straw.
All right, now what?
What is this picture? The life of Fred Allen or a George Jessel cavalcade?
What do you mean?
Now stop stalling, Jessel. You were just going to put the back of your head in my picture. Now first the picture, you're Lincoln, then you're Fulton, now you're Stephen Foster. When do you show up as Florence Nightingale?
Who showed you the script?
Never mind. How does the picture end?
How does the picture end? Every picture fades out with a kiss.
Don't tell me you're a contortionist and you kiss yourself.
Now listen, Fred Allen, I'm the producer.
And listen, George Jessel, I'm the star. If this is the life of Fred Allen, I won't stand for it.
All right, I'll tell you what to do. Drop dead and I'll make your life a 2 real short.
Fine, well, I'll do that. Make an appointment. Now, Kenny, with a short talk on the American woman.
Ever since Priscilla married John Alden, the fame of the American woman has been growing. In spirit, beauty, and ability, she leads the world today. At home, above all, she is practical, especially about shopping. That's why she buys Tenderleaf T-balls in preference to all others. They are the largest selling T-balls in America because they are better in every way. In daily use with meals or between, they provide finer, richer, more delicious tea. It's famous for flavored Tenderleaf brand tea in tasteless filter paper packets. The crisp white filter paper is pleasant to see, inviting, and dainty to handle. It's entirely insoluble, so your tea is filtered as it's being made. No specks in your cup, nothing but tea goodness and a world of quick comfort. When you want quick comfort, get it this easy way. 1 Tenderleaf tea ball in your cup with boiling water added. Yes, for every good, practical reason, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea ball.
Thank you, Kenny. And now, before we stack up the Tenderleaf tea and put the bluebonnet margarine back in the icebox, I want to thank Georgie Jessel for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Drama.
But, Henrietta, you're too young to die.
Oh, yeah, hand me that peroxide.
And our guest will be...
That writer of hit tunes, Johnny Mercer.
Thank you.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.